Join me for Goal to Go, the post-game show, immediately following today's Bills game.
You're watching WGRZ, TV2, Buffalo, New York.
This is the NBC Television Network.
Next on NFL Live.
What's wrong with the Bills?
O.J. investigates his former team's recent difficulties as the preseason Super Bowl favorites face the Bengals in a rematch of last season's AFC title game. It's crucial to both teams. Cincinnati is involved in a scramble in the Central. We'll talk with Cleveland coach Bud Carson in the wake of the Browns' upset loss on Thanksgiving. We'll check on the Oilers. The new Central Division leaders won't have the advantage of the House of Pain when they hit the road today at Arrowhead in Kansas City. And the insiders have a bounty of information sure to put a price on their heads. Plus news on Dexter Manley, Mike Ditka, the college draft, and Notre Dame's Lou Holtz. How can we fit it all into half an hour? Find out next on NFL Live. The season enters its stretch run today, week 12 of the NFL campaign. We welcome you to our NFL Live studios in New York. Bob Costas, along with the Juice, O.J. Simpson. Now, we've been hearing about this bounty story all week long concerning Dallas and Philadelphia. What's your take on it?
Well, with all due respect to the insiders, they'll be talking on this subject a little later, and to Coach Jimmy Johnson of Dallas, I think this is a whole lot of to-do about nothing. Do you think Lawrence Taylor or Howie Long need added incentive to knock out a quarterback? That's something they want to do anyway. They'd like to knock out Bo Jackson and Herschel Walker also. Now, don't get me wrong. I remember in the mid-'70s, we were playing against the St. Louis Cardinals. They had a quarterback named Jim Hart. He was a little beaten up. We thought he'd be a little timid. Hey, our goal in the first quarter was to knock him out of the game, so we blitzed him. We even went so far as to say, if we got close to him, even if it was a flag, hit the man. Let's knock him out off the field. Also, it's not unusual for a group of down linemen or linebacker or DBs to have what they call a pool. All the players will put money in that pool and see who got the best hit that week, who got the hardest hit, who knocked somebody out of the game. Now, if they didn't do it, it was like a skins game. It would carry over the next week. But these guys make an average of $302,000 a season. A couple of $100 is not going to make them do anything that they wouldn't normally do or play with any more enthusiasm.
Well, if that's true, is it foolish then for a coach to put a price, a specific price, just sets him up if he's found out?
I don't think any coach would do it. I don't think they have to. The players do it anyway. Hey, as I said, these guys want to knock guys out anyway.
All right, O.J., as you said, we'll hear more about that later from the insiders. First, college football was in the spotlight last night as the Miami Hurricanes soundly defeated top-ranked Notre Dame. Earlier today, Irish coach Lou Holtz told me about two of that game's key moments.
We just made a bad decision, or else Clark made an unbelievable play. You never want to risk 6 yards for 6 points, but I'd have to say Clark made an outstanding play. When I look back in retrospect, we would have gotten a first down, thrown on the outside, make sure we go in at halftime worse 10-10. But it's one of those things that happened, and we couldn't change it. We went in at halftime. We said, that's over. That's behind us. Let's come out the second half, get momentum. We have them faced with 3rd and 42 from their own 7-yard line. We're going to get good field position, and then they make a great throw and a great catch, and consequently used up 10.5 minutes of the football game in that drive. From that point on, we had to play catch-up.
Notre Dame will be back in the Orange Bowl, of course, on New Year's night when they take on the likely new #1 team, the Colorado Buffaloes. Buffalo, New York is the site for today's AFC Championship rematch between the Bills and Cincinnati. The Bengals find themselves in a 3-team race for the Central Division lead, made tighter by Cleveland's surprise loss to the Lions on Thursday. The Browns' effort to retain first place disappeared during a nightmare final quarter punctuated by penalty flags and a failed 4th down play. Cleveland trailed 13-10 with just over 9 minutes to play when things truly began to unravel.
Browns in trouble, and Bud Carson not at all happy with Jim Tunney's crew today. Browns hanging tentatively and tenaciously, however, at a half-game lead, but trailing today. Let's check the penalty. It's against Cleveland. Slaughter was applauding as if he thought he had been fouled, and apparently it went the other way.
Sometimes you're just destined. It's futile.
Interference, offense.
3:24 to go, and at the moment it appears that Bud Carson's going to gamble On 4th and 13.
Gee.
Lions fans are on their feet.
Bud, the 4th down play in Detroit territory at the 43, 4th and 13, just over 3 minutes to go. You're down 3 points. Could have played it either way. Could have punted. You decided to go for it and didn't get it. In retrospect, what's your thinking about it?
Well, if I had to do over again, we probably would have waited we probably would have punted right then, and as well as we played on defense, after that change of possession, we probably would have been better off to have the better field position.
Now, another factor in Carson's decision, his punter Brian Wagner, not particularly adept at kicking for the coffin corner. Cleveland's misfortune was a welcome holiday gift to the other AFC Central contenders. The defending champion Bengals have struggled just enough to now need some outside intervention.
Funny thing about it, once Detroit went up that 13-10 lead, and I was like, well, I know something's going to happen, and Cleveland's going to come back and win the game. And what I did was I would flick the TV to another channel and come back because I couldn't take it. And I flipped it back right after Webster Slaughter had a fumble, and then I just sat around and I was like, oh man, they're going to lose, and they lost.
It's just opened a window of opportunity for us, and we can't be thinking about what Cleveland and Houston and Pittsburgh are doing. We got to think about what the Bengals are doing.
What Boomer's Bengals would do with a win today is set up a key showdown versus Cleveland next Sunday. The new occupants of first place, the Oilers, take their percentage points lead to Kansas City, which is not necessarily good news. Houston has won 5 of their last 6, but 4 of those wins came in the friendly confines of the House of Pain.
On the road, you just don't get those positive reinforcements for you. Everything's going against you on the road. You're playing in another stadium. Usually the weather might be against you this time of the year. The crowd, the noise, all those things are against you.
On the road, I think we need to play a little bit better, a little more carefully, because we tend to, if we do get in trouble, we aren't able to overcome it as well as we are able to do so at home.
Thanks to Troy for making the race a little bit closer, but the stretch run doesn't start until the last 3 or 4 ball games of the season.
In the AFC West, bad news for the division-leading Broncos, but maybe not that bad if all you care about is what happens on the field. Rookie running back Bobby Humphrey was arrested Friday night for drunk driving. Still, under the team's curfew rules, he will play today because the arrest occurred before 1 a.m. In the NFC, 2 perennial division winners are in the unfamiliar position of possibly fading from the playoff picture as they square off today. The Redskins are clinging to faint wild card hopes in a season marked by adversity, including Dexter Manley's banishment for failing a 3rd drug test. The Redskins' all-time leader in quarterback sacks issued his first public statement yesterday.
I made a great mistake and shown extremely poor judgment by slipping up and using drugs. The tests were not wrong. I was.
In Chicago, Mike Ditka's adversaries continue to be the local media. They questioned his use of quarterback Jim Harbaugh in last week's loss to Tampa Bay. Mike reacted.
Don't give me all your pontificating about you know what's going on and you don't. If you do or you do, fine. But be realistic and be fair. Now, if your job is to do a hatchet job on Jim, do it. No. Let your guts fall where they may. Or your job is the right one, write it. But don't come up here and try to get something on. You're not going to write what I say anyways. Because you're all going to editorialize and pontificate. But I'm surprised some of the real experts aren't here today. The real pontificators.
Who are the real experts that concern you, Coach?
Nobody. Nobody concerns me in this room, believe me.
Now, here's a man that even Iron Mike couldn't possibly have an unfavorable opinion of. It's our highly respected colleague, Al Chocolate Thunder Roker. Big Al, what's the football weather today?
Well, Bob, Iron Mike's not going to worry about rust down here in Washington. They may have a scattered shower early in the game, but then things are going to be clearing out, and they'll have temperatures in the low 50s. The big news is there's no snow in Buffalo, where they're going to be taking on Cincinnati this afternoon. Temperatures in the low 40s, falling through the 30s late in the game. And down in Miami, they're going to be looking at showers, maybe a thunderstorm or 2, temperatures in the low 80s. Out west, really, the only problem is going to be some windy conditions in Denver with cloudy skies, temperature about 61, may cause some passing problems. In fact, I'm going to now pass on out. Bob?
Well, the wonders of modern technology as Big Al takes his leave. Coming up, O.J. goes in search of a remedy for his former team. The Bills were preseason favorites, but they've had trouble of late living up to expectations. Stay with us. The Juice is next.
NFL Live is sponsored by Acura Automobiles, #1 in customer satisfaction 3 years in a row. By Sears, where you get your money's worth and a whole lot more. And by new Head & Shoulders Dry Scalp Shampoo. Helps protect your scalp's natural moisture balance.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
What'd you get the boys?
Radio Shack's radio-controlled cars. A dual-speed White Tiger Turbo with spring suspension to hug the road. A high-speed Golden Arrow off-roader with lightning response to leave them in the dust. And a turbocharged Ferrari that will burn up the racetrack.
Bob, you got 3 cars. We only have 2 boys.
2 little boys and 1 big one.
Radio-controlled cars from $9.95 to $119.95. Only at Radio Shack, the technology store.
This is really weird. I have to shampoo a lot. And every time I do, my hair gets wet, but my scalp gets dry. It's tight and itchy. The more I shampoo, the drier it can get. Now I can't stop shampooing, but I can use this. New dry scalp shampoo from Head & Shoulders. Made a different way, so it doesn't dry out your scalp like those other guys can. Try Head & Shoulders new dry scalp shampoo and help wipe out dry scalp.
Introducing the 1990 Acura Integra, an automobile that can make getting there considerably more than half the fun.
So, was the Army what you expected?
Well, I joined for the college money, but you know I'm getting more than that.
The GI Bill and Army College Fund. Qualify and you'll get over $25,000 for tuition and an edge on life.
Soldier Field, Chicago. Over 300 dead batteries and 1 die-hard battery. Our most powerful ever jump-starts every one. Die-hard. More power when you need it most.
Security guards at Rich Stadium in Buffalo are looking for more than beer bottles today as the fans enter the stadium. Team officials say they will also ask fans to remove clothing that features any obscenities. They're striving to maintain what they call a family atmosphere. O.J. ventured up to Buffalo this week, although you appear to be dressed in good taste as usual. Your former team has had some trouble on the field lately, which won't be helped at all today by the absence of Pro Bowl linebacker Cornelius Bennett. He's gone to Alabama for another examination of his sprained knee. So the question, Juice, can the Bills regroup?
Well, you know, I've been up there this week, but even I can't figure out what's wrong with my old team. Now, here's a team that has as much talent as any other team in the league. They're tournament tough, having gone to the AFC Championship last year. But this year, especially in recent weeks, they've been underachievers, to say the least.
On the way, that's it. Kick is good, and the Bills are champions of the AFC East. And the good times are rolling starting right now in Buffalo.
What a difference a year can make. This time last year, the Buffalo Bills, with a record of 11-1, had already clinched their division. This year, the Bills are 7-4 and struggling. Intercepted! Touchdown! I can't figure it out. They got 2 great quarterbacks, a great wide receiver, maybe an MVP running back, great defensive players. What's wrong with the Bills?
We were a team coming into the season everybody predicted to be, go to the Super Bowl. And maybe too many people were thinking if we just show up on the field, we're going to win games.
If overconfidence was a problem for the Bills, well, it shouldn't be anymore. Over the last 3 weeks, they've lost 2 games to 2 of the weakest teams in the league, the New England Patriots and the Atlanta Falcons. And they've lost them in a most discouraging fashion.
We have 6 turnovers against New England. 6 turnovers, 1 for a touchdown, 1 for 3 points, 2 times going inside the 20. Atlanta, we came out at 7-3. We fumble, they score. We fumble, they kick a field goal. And against the Colts, we had 6 turnovers for 23 points. Led to 23 points.
Part of the problem stems from the Bills' long-awaited opening up of their offense. Last year, it was ranked only 12th in the league. This year, it's 2nd. But with more passing and bigger plays have come shorter drives and more turnovers, and that translates into more time the Bills' defense must spend on the field.
Our offense is taking bigger chances. They're going after big plays more so, and as it turns out, you're on the field more than you were last year, okay? And anytime you're out there more times than what you're used to being, you're apt to have some breakdowns. The more you're out there, the more you get a chance to mess up.
When quarterback Jim Kelly was injured earlier this year, Frank Wright led the Bills to 3 straight wins. As a team played football the old-fashioned way. They ran it, which could lead some to wonder if the problem might not be with Jim Kelly.
The 3 games we played with Frank, and he played very well. Those were the games we ran the ball with great success. They were all 3 home games. We've done much better at home. We haven't lost 1 game at home in the last 2 years. I don't attribute it to Jim Kelly, and I feel that's coincidental.
Others, however, think the Bills' play calling as directed by assistant coach Ted Marchibroda is still too conservative.
Once we get on teams and we get ahead, I think the offense sometimes, the play calling just seems to relax sometimes. I think when we're ahead, most of the time we need to keep having some big plays happening in the offense, but I think sometimes Marchibroda and the rest of the guys, they just want to stick on it and be conservative even though we are ahead, and I think sometimes that's a letdown on the offense, and then the defense starts to let down and everything just bad things just start happening for us.
Conservative or not, the bottom line for these Buffalo Bills is that they had better keep winning. Their schedule is one of the toughest in the league, while that of their main division rival, the Miami Dolphins, is the easiest.
We're tied for first place. Actually, we have an advantage. So we win the next 5 games, we're in the playoffs, no matter what happens, no matter what Miami does. And it's up to the older guys to tell the young kids, hey, you may never get here again. In your entire career, you may never get the chance to be in the playoffs. So grab it while you can, you know. So our destiny's in our hands, and hopefully with our backs against the wall, so to speak, we will come out fighting and take the next 5.
You know, I think part of the problem is this is a team that plays up and down to the level of their opponent. I mean, a couple of players told me off camera that they felt more confident playing Cincinnati today than if they were playing the Jets. They feel they need to be challenged. You know, when Jim Kelly went down, each individual on the team knew he had to pick up his own game. Well, today they're playing without Cornelius Bennett, and it will be interesting to see how the Bills react to that.
And always interesting to see what disagreements the insiders can get into. Bobby Beathard and Ralph Wiley are standing by, and that segment is coming up next. Here's a shocker. Neither one of them on the phone as we head to the commercial.
Corn, corn, coming to you, a fresh tasting corn chip that's really new. Corn crisp from Pringles. You got the fever for a fresh corn flavor. More corn, fresh corn, natural and whole. Cooked to a crisp and real corn oil. Time to Pringles corn crisp, so rich and born. What you're gonna taste is fresh roasted corn.
New Corn Crisp from Pringles, the fresh corn fever reliever.
Today, more people than ever are getting a kick out of this hot shot. Interstate batteries hit the road fast with all the cranking power and reserve energy you need for even the worst curves in the weather. And Interstate has twice as many dealers than any other battery company in America, so you're never left stranded. For an Interstate battery dealer near you,
All you got to do, call 1-800-CRANK-IT. Get the power that goes on and on and on, yeah.
Do you know what it's like to hear the cheers at the Rose Bowl as they rise up from 100,000 seats? Now you do. Adidas Aftershave and Cologne, the essence of sports.
After you've tasted the turkey, packed in the potatoes, and crammed the cranberries, why don't you work on the rolls? The DP Ergometer. No more excuses, America.
I'm Christy, here to tell you that Hyundai of Orchard Park is #1 in total customer satisfaction in the entire United States. Of course, that means they're not only #1 here, they're #1 here.
That's right, Christy. Here's the 1990 fuel-injected XL, new from the ground up with more power and quicker acceleration. All this for under $6,000.
Now that makes more sense to me than ever.
Hyundai of Orchard Park on Southwestern Boulevard, 1 mile east of Rich Stadium.
Okay, as promised, the insiders are here. Sports Illustrated's Ralph Wiley and former Redskin general manager Bobby Beathard. Now, Bobby, you've heard that a large number of college juniors
are thinking of coming out this year.
Yeah, a lot of the underclassmen are going to make a lot of work for the NFL scouting departments this fall because they're going back now and looking at all these kids that are being lured by all the money to come out early. It's the job of the second-line agents talking these kids in, hey, let's get the money now before the NFL puts in an entry-level wage scale. So that's the big thing. They're offering them things they can't deliver.
Who are the top guys?
Oh, Kevin McCants from Alabama, Junior Seau from USC, the linebacker, and Jeff George, the quarterback.
I don't see Major Harris on the list.
No, Major Harris, he's not on my list. It's not an oversight. Major Harris is not among the top 5 or 10 players in the NFL draft, even if he does come out. He's being told by an agent that he's going to give him $2 million to get a $2 million signing bonus and be drafted among the top 5. That'll never happen. What Major Harris needs to do is think about West Virginia. When the time comes, tell this agent, you give me the difference between what I really get and the $2 million, and we have a deal.
All right, O.J. talked about this bounty business earlier. The issue came up Thursday afternoon in Dallas after Cowboy quarterback Troy Aikman and kicker Luis Zendejas took what Dallas thought were questionable hits. Rumors surfaced that Eagle coach Buddy Ryan had placed a bounty on both Aikman and the former Philly kicker Zendejas.
Putting out a $500 hit on Troy Aikman is not the way the game's supposed to be played. We have enough injuries in the game as it is.
If you had a bounty, why in the hell would you put it on a kicker that's been in a 6-week slump? And you hope he don't get hurt. You want to be sure he kicks. I mean, hell, don't touch him. Be careful.
Well, too bad Steve McQueen isn't around anymore if Buddy wants a bounty hunter to play for him.
Wanted dead or prone in the case of Luis Zendejas. Well, the thing is, when Zendejas was cut from the Eagles, Ryan has no patience with kickers. He's let 6 or 7 go in the last 2 years. When Zendejas was let go by Ryan, Zendejas called Ryan. Ryan hung up on him. And so now, Jesse Small, a rookie linebacker, was assigned Zendejas on the kickoff team. The Cowboys sent a tape to the National Football League saying Small ran through 3 guys to get to Zendejas. Not really unusual. You have an assignment on the kickoff team. The Eagles do pay premiums for hits. They pay $100, $200, but not necessarily contract hits. In other words, go get this guy. But the big hit of the week, they do pay. In fact, Randall Cunningham told me that he once paid his offensive lineman who graded out best for protecting the passer, and the league told him, no, stop this. So they're familiar that they do pay premiums in Philadelphia, but I'm not so sure that this is going to cause any waves in NFL offices. I'll be surprised if Buddy Ryan's fined here.
Bobby?
Well, I don't know. I think Buddy, despite his winnings this year, he's on thin ice in Philadelphia. I don't think he's the favorite person in the organization. And I think Buddy Ryan is thinking ahead. The Jets' job is the job that Buddy Ryan really wants. And he's already put out some feelers to some friends of his in New York.
Can you imagine the fun the New York press would have with Buddy Ryan?
But the question is, Bob, if Ryan does want the Jets' job, will Bobby hire him?
Yeah, Bobby, if you become the GM of the Jets, then it'll be your decision, right?
I don't have any comments about any jobs.
How about other coaching openings? Phoenix, Atlanta, we hear Steve Spurrier's name.
Yeah, Steve Spurrier will end up, I have strong feelings that he's going to end up the Atlanta's head coach, and it'll be the best situation of any coach in the past coming into Atlanta. Rankin Smith has made a commitment to win. He's going to have a new stadium. He's turned the program really kind of over to Ken Harrock, who's a football man. And it's going to be an opportunity that Steve Spurrier won't be able to turn down.
All right, Bobby and Ralph, our thanks. In a moment, we'll have former Cardinal coach Gene Stallings with an unusual reaction to his change of job status. That's next as NFL Live rolls on for Week 12.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
Look, we can save $300 on this Tandy 1000 computer. It's PC compatible and only $399. With color monitor, it's $699.
The kids would love this for Christmas.
The HX is easy to use, with DeskMate software included for my word processing, your budgeting.
And the kids' homework. And games.
Let's get it. For them.
Too.
The Tandy 1000 family of PC compatible computers from $399. Only at Radio Shack, the technology store.
When you've got your power stroke going, nothing's gonna beat you. Introducing Power Stick Antiperspirant. 24-hour protection in just one wide stroke. New Power Stick from Fabergé.
It's only at Sears. This 3-lux camcorder that shoots beautifully even in low light.
Hold it.
For just $21 a month. Comes with free wide angle and telephoto lenses. And color enhancement light too. At Sears and Sears Brand Central now.
By signing up now in the Army's delayed entry program, any skill training I choose is mine when I graduate. Guaranteed.
Be all that you can be. Get it on life in the Army.
People do almost anything to keep ordinary nasal spray up in their nose where it can work. Fortunately, there's Sinex Ultrafine Mist. Twice as fine as ordinary sprays, it stays up in your nose for the best relief possible. Sinex Ultrafine Mist.
You think you're better than me, don't you?
Oh, not again. I was better than you in high school. I was better than you in college. And I am better than you now.
There are still some people in this world who can change tax brackets without changing personalities.
You want to put that to a test?
Let's go.
Now?
Now.
For those people, there's a car called the Legend Coupe from Acura. #1 in customer satisfaction 3 years in a row.
Now check this out. Gene Stallings made a new commercial for the bank he endorses in Phoenix after being fired last week.
Mother told me I'd better save my money. So I started a savings program that pays me good interest rates and lets me get to my money when I need it. And I need it now.
Yeah, of course, it's almost to the point where it's a badge of honor to be fired by the laughably inept Bill Bidwell. Have you got a closing thought?
Well, I'm saying right now that the road to the playoffs, especially in the AFC Central and the East, is through Kansas City. They tied Cleveland last week. They got Houston today. Miami must go there twice, and they got a great pass defense, and all Miami can do is throw the football. And even Green Bay must play Kansas City. I wouldn't want to play Kansas City right now. They're a hot team with a great defense. If you're going to make the playoffs, you got to beat them.
Yeah, despite their 4-6-1 record, they're not bad. It's an ambush to go into Arrowhead. There's trouble waiting there. Well, the kickoffs are waiting for all of you. Enjoy the games, everybody, and the Juice and I will see you at halftime.
Kelly McGillis.
So you're the one.
Tom Cruise.
Yes, ma'am.
The all-American love story that touched the sky. Top Gun, a special event tonight.
Bills fever has hit Buffalo. The fans are screaming for more, and Channel 2 Sports is ready for action. I'm Ed Kilgore. Join me and the Channel 2 Sports team for Goal to Go, the post-game show. We'll bring you live coverage from Rich Stadium immediately following each home game. With the first interviews with the players and coaches, all the highlights from the game, plus the fans' reactions. So stay tuned to Channel 2, your Buffalo Bills station, for Goal to Go, the post-game show, immediately following Sunday's Bills-Bengals game, only on Channel 2.
Before you send another yen to Japan or Deutschmark to Germany, remember, Buick is the most trouble-free domestic nameplate, according to the prestigious J.D. Power & Associates Initial Quality Survey. This is the 1990 Buick LeSabre. New front and rear appointments. Latest edition of the most trouble-free American car. LeSabre. Beautiful, trouble-free value. Buy LeSabre at your Western New York Buick dealer. Get giant cashbacks now.
What's hot and what's not for Christmas in Focus 2 on Channel 2 News tomorrow at 6.
January 8th, 1989, Sam Wyche and the Cincinnati Bengals began the new year defeating Marv Levy and the Buffalo Bills 21-10. In the AFC Championship game, it was on to the Super Bowl for the Bengals. Both these teams have been plagued by injuries in 1989. Like in Week 2, the Bengals lost running back Ickey Woods to a season-ending knee injury, but came back with the great James Brooks, who's now just 87 yards short of his second 1,000-yard rushing season. In Week 5, the Bills lost quarterback Jim Kelly with a separated shoulder. Then off the bench came Frank Reich, quarterbacking 3 consecutive victories for Buffalo. Now Jim Kelly is back. He's the AFC's #2 passer. His counterpart Boomer Esiason rates #1 in the conference throwing the ball. Like gladiators entering the arena, the Bills and the Bengals are now prepared to do battle again for Cincinnati to stay in contention in the AFC Central, Buffalo to avenge last January's defeat.
NBC Sports presents the National Football League. Today, it's the Cincinnati Bengals versus the Buffalo Bills.
A good day in the Buff for a very big game. Temperature 35 degrees at kickoff time. Sunny skies, lights are on, and emotions run very high. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Don Crickey. The Bengals and the Bills have a very celebrated rivalry now, and Cincinnati's dominated in big games in the recent years, including that win in the AFC Championship game. Emotions very high for this game. Bengals coach Sam White says matter-of-factly, the playoff season is now for us. We can't lose anymore. I'm joined by Ahmad Rashad, your old team, one of the Ahmad. The Bills are trying to come off the ropes. They haven't been playing that well lately.
Well, they certainly haven't. And this is the time of the year that all the ifs and buts and we couldas and couldn'ts and all that stuff goes out the window. The Bills must win today if they want to be around at the end of the season and have a chance to go to that Super Bowl. The same holds true with Cincinnati. They got started last week, and they want to continue it here today.
You like touchdowns. This is probably the place to be. We have two high-scoring teams. The two best passers in the American Conference are matched today. Esiason of the Bengals and Jim Kelly of Buffalo. They'll both have to contend with wind.
This is like a throwback to the old days. I tell you, Jim Kelly is the type of quarterback that plays quarterback like a linebacker. He wins by pure will. He gets everybody fired up around him. On the other side, Boomer Esiason is a stylist. To watch him work, he does everything so easily. While most quarterbacks back up or drop back to pass, Boomer Esiason fades back to throw.
He's coming off his best game. Cornelius Bennett, the all-pro linebacker for Buffalo, is not in uniform, out with a knee injury. And a very emotional player is going to be Larry Kennebrew now, the Buffalo Bills, the man that Cincinnati cut last year.
Well, if you're going to be a good playoff team, you got to have somebody that can step in for Bennett. In terms of Kennebrew, now I talked to Kennebrew yesterday. I said, I know you got to be fired up playing against your old team because, you know, he really wants to show Sam White that they should have not traded him. Yesterday he said, oh, it's another game. This morning I asked him that, and he could not talk. His jaws were so tight.
There he is, Larry Kennebrew. He said his weight was a problem at Cincinnati when the Bengals lost. It wasn't a problem when they won, but he did play it as high as 275. He's now down around 260, having a good year. He's blocking much better. Cincinnati will kick off to start the game. Don Beebe and Ronnie Harmon are back. Lee Johnson ready to boot the ball. He needs a holder today as the wind is gusting out of the west. A prevailing westerly wind at his back. It's a line drive that'll carry down to the 4-yard line. Here comes Ronnie Harmon, an All-American at Iowa, breaking it across the 30. He's out across the 40 and all the way out to the 45-yard line. So the Bills ignite their 80,000-strong following at Ridge Stadium at an opening kickoff return of 40 yards. Ricky Dixon made the tackle for Cincinnati. Jim Kelly at quarterback, and there are his protectors when he throws. Wolford and Ballard, two huge offensive tackles. Richer and undersized, but very effective guard. Thurman Thomas is having a tremendous year, very much parallels the year of his counterpart with the Bengals, James Brooks. Go to the shotgun. Kennebrew and Lofton come out. Don Beebe and Flip Johnson come in. James Lofton starting at wide receiver for Buffalo. Bills go to the run. Here is Thurman Thomas turning the corner, and a marker's down. It might be an illegal block against Buffalo. As on the first play from scrimmage, Thomas is ahead across midfield for a gain of about 7 yards. And there's the signal. It is against the Bills. Cincinnati has trouble.
Holding during the run. Number 84 on the offense, still first down.
Red Cashin, our referee, holding against McKellar. So the good play is negated, and they're set back. Bengals on defense have trouble stopping the run. They're 27th in the NFL against the run. They allow 4.7 per carry to the opposition. McClendon in the left end for injured Jim Scow. Zander and Reggie Williams come out of the backer positions when they go to extra pass defenders. Richard Perry and Barney Bussey will come in. Phillips and Thomas, two top corners. As Buffalo goes back to the run, and again it's Thurman Thomas who loses the ball. We'll see if he's ruled down. Apparently he was. It was a 1st and 20 play from the 34-yard line. Joe Kelly came in and popped down the ball, but it was ruled the ground caused the fumble.
It's another look at Thomas taking the handoff, and what Cincinnati wants to do, we were talking last night with Reggie Williams. He said the way you stop this offense, you must attack it. You cannot wait to have those blockers come and get you and then play off of them. The way you got to stop Thurman Thomas, you got to just drive forward and try to stop them from blocking you. Attack the offense.
Kelly in trouble, is swept under back at the 24-yard line. Reggie Williams, the 14-year veteran from Dartmouth, playing his final season for the Bengals, comes on a blitz, and the Bills don't pick it up. So now Kelly and the Buffalo offense are really set back. They have third down coming up in over 20.
When Williams is talking about attacking, that's exactly what he meant. He pushes Will Wilford back and then plays off the block and then attacks Jim Kelly. Kelly, meanwhile, was looking for Andre Reed. He couldn't get him open over the middle of the field.
So the Bills set in the shotgun. Andre Reed is his main target, a terrific pass receiver, coming in with 65 catches. Kelly on a sprint out. Makes a throw, and it's incomplete, and it's intercepted. It's picked off by Barney Bussey. The ball was tipped in the air, and so the Bengals strike quickly on defense as they take over the ball inside the Buffalo 35-yard line. Now let's see what the ruling is. The Bengals don't seem too happy here, Ahmad.
It appeared that the ball never hit the ground.
I don't think it did.
If this is ruled... like I said, the ball hit the ground. See, that's why they have an incomplete pass there. From way up here, it looked like the ball bounced off a couple of players. Here's another look. Jim Kelly rolling in the pocket a little bit, trying to get more time. As he gets closer to the sideline, he's looking back, trying to find Andre Reed, who's covered. Then he fires the ball right now. Oh, it bounced off the ground there. Hit the ball and bounced off, then bounced up. Bussey's still alert. Fulcher almost gets it, and Bussey picks it up.
Bengals can come out of this with very good field position as the John Kidd, the Bills punter, will be kicking into a very strong wind. Mike Martin, 88, the deep man for Cincinnati. Ira Hillary will be up back with him. Need somebody talking to you, trying to field these long punts. This one could go anyway, going into the wind. It's like blowing up a balloon and letting it go.
It is really tough. The toughest thing to do is to field a punt or a kick in these kinds of winds. I guess the second toughest thing is to punt. I was watching John Kidd trying to punt before the game, and Marv Levy was out timing his punts, and he was having a tough time keeping the ball on the field.
It stands in, hits the ball, a spiral that the wind catches, and Cincinnati's going to let the ball hop, and Bills will down it on their side of the field. They finally get to it at their 46-yard line. Kidd himself, number 4, came down to down the punt. So the Bengals, with their high-power offense, come out in excellent field position to start their first drive in the scoreless game.
John Kidd doing a little extra duty there. Not only did he punt that ball, a 20-yard punt, but he also downed the ball.
Munoz and Walter are the tackles. Reimers and Montoya are the guards. Ryan Blados the center. James Brooks with a sensational season, averaging almost 6 yards a rush. 5.9. Tim McGee will be joined by Mike Martin when they go to the extra receivers. McGee coming off a career game, 11 receptions for 194 yards last Sunday against the Lions.
Tim McGee saying he wants to pick up right where he left off.
Well, Boomer's looking at him as he fires downfield. McGee fell, though, and it's incomplete at the 38-yard line.
The field is wet. They were trying to dry it. It was raining here earlier this morning, and the only problem that they'd have out there, the field is just a little bit wet. You see Tim McGee here lined up inside, goes inside. Now all he wants to do is stop right over in the middle of the field and get the pass. Watch him slip. Homer still throws him the ball. He almost catches it sitting down.
Well, it is second down and 10. Watch for Brooks going left, and there's James Brooks. He backs into the Buffalo defense down to the 40. On that play, the Bengals have had great success against the Bills. When they beat Buffalo in the regular season last year, they had almost 250 yards rushing and had 200 in the AFC title game. The front seven that'll try to stop it. Bruce Smith, the All-Pro, he's across someone just as good in Anthony Munoz. The dime defense brings in Leon Seals as a pass rusher and extra DBs. Darryl Talley, 56, grades out this year as the Bills' top defender. Jackson and Odoms, 2 good corners, particularly Nate Odoms. Third down and 4 coming up for Cincinnati from the 39-yard line of the Bills. No score. Siason gets time. Downfield throw, and it is picked off. Shane Conlon was high in the air and brings the ball down, and the intercepts to Esiason. Conlon, who was out with an injury, a consensus All-American at Penn State. Sam White's calling his quarterback over. Conlon had a knee injury earlier this year, missed a number of weeks. Now he's back in obviously peak form.
Shane Conlon right there, he's man-to-man on Brooks, and he's behind Brooks, but the wind maybe does a little bit of something to this ball. Conlon is one of the few linebackers in this business that has great hands. Most linebackers would have knocked this ball down, kicked it. All of a sudden, Shane Conlon goes up and makes a nice reception. Buffalo gets the ball.
Bill set to go on offense again, right back into the wind.
The last time he gave up. This time, he won't get the chance.
When two legends come together.
Le gané una vez y le voy a ganar de nuevo.
From different worlds.
This time, you better come to fight.
Talk is cheap.
Lo voy a mandar a la lona para siempre.
When the bell sounds December 7th, the truth will be told and actions will speak louder than words. Uno Mas, the deciding battle between Sugar Ray Leonard and Roberto Duran at the Mirage, Las Vegas.
And now, Budweiser presents the main event.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can save you up to $1,000 now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
If you thought you had to give up comfort to get a close shave, Norelco says, think again. Their revolutionary shaving system shaves skin close in a way that's incredibly comfortable. As the hair enters the chamber, the patented lift and cut system lifts each hair and holds it a split second before a blade cuts it, so it's possible to shave skin close without the blades even touching the skin. The lift and cut shaving system from Norelco. We made close comfortable.
Shane Conlon stops the first Cincinnati drive with an interception.
Shane Conlon is an excellent all-around athlete. We had him down at the Superstars a couple years ago, and he shocked everybody with his ability.
The Bengals, as you know, are very concerned with his ability to blitz. Now Kelly, and the Bills' offense goes again. They had no success their first time. It was fire and fall back. Here's the run, and they give it to the big back, Kinnebrew, as the crowd gives the Brew call. And Larry Kinnebrew, both arms on the football, takes it to the 25-yard line, a gain of about 4. Tim Crumrye, the nose tackle, and Carl Zander, an inside linebacker, were on the stop. Chiefs up on the Oilers at Kansas City in the first quarter.
The reason Kinnebrew is running with both hands on the ball, he said that he heard that in a meeting that Sam White had said that they can knock the ball out of his hands. So he's going to show he's not going to do any of that stuff today.
Get it well protected that time, and he gets it again. Here's Kinnebrew heading into the line on a 2nd down and 5 play. He actually got 5 on his first carry. This will be good for a gain of 2. It'll bring up 3rd down and 3 as the pass catchers come on the field for Buffalo. Ronnie Harmon, Don Beebe, and Flip Johnson.
You know, there's so much said about a player getting a chance to play against his old team, and one thing you can never do to be successful is you can't lose your head. You can get all fired up to play, but you still got to play within yourself and go about it in a business-like manner, and that's what Kinnebrew was trying to tell me yesterday. This morning, he was a little bit more fired up, but I guarantee you as the game goes on, he'll settle down, and this will just be another game.
As Sam White was saying, his wife is from Cincinnati. He has a lot of relatives and friends there. He's really up for this game. Here's Kelly at 3rd down and 3 over the middle. He makes the connection. Flip Johnson slides ahead. He has a first down for the Bills. A typical Cincinnati pattern, the crossing pattern over the middle. Leo Barker is on the stop.
Buffalo, Jim Kelly likes to throw these kinds of passes because as a receiver, you don't have to get wide open. All you got to do is make a nice break and have a separation between you and the cornerback. You see Kelly looking the entire way at Flipper Johnson. He's just right underneath the defense and gets down on the ground, gets that little quarterback slide there. First down, Buffalo.
Kelly comes in with a 93 quarterback rating. He's thrown for 17 touchdowns. He's been intercepted 10 times. Sacks have been a growing problem. The Bills have given up more sacks than their defense has gotten. Handoff, Thurman Thomas. Caught and knocked down at the 35-yard line. David Fulcher, a weapon at strong safety, a 240-pound buster, shot the gap and made the hit.
He likes to hit. I mean, anything in front of him, he will nail. He says he likes to make him feel it. And at 220, this is wrong. He weighs more than 228
240.
pounds. And he hits like he weighs about 280. But interestingly enough, they had Kennebrew in motion on that last play and just had him take a little running start and then block down hard on Crumride.
That's 228 amounts as used to be weighed. It used to be 228. Here's Thurman Thomas breaking through the Bengals with a cutback run, and it's a first down for the Bills as Thomas advances the ball out to the 47-yard line. A 12-yard gain by the sensational young player from Oklahoma State, who's closing in on 1,000-yard rushing in just the 12th game of the season.
Thurman Thomas attacks the line of scrimmage. Did you watch it? Once he makes a decision, he explodes up in that hole, and he never loses track of himself. He keeps it going forward, always trying to break another tackle. He used to see a little guy like that carry 5 players.
Funny, we were on the field before the game with Thurman Thomas and Ricky Dixon of the Bengals. They played against each other, Oklahoma State and Oklahoma. Here's Thomas running again. Dixon said, "You'll be seeing me on the field." He said, "Well, if I see you a lot, you're going to be in trouble because Ricky Dixon is playing free safety."
That's right. I got a feeling that Ricky Dixon will see Thurman Thomas at the course of this game.
A loss of 1, 2nd and 11.
Loss of a yard on the play brings up 2nd down and 11. First quarter moving along. 8 minutes and 43 seconds to play. No score. Bills misfired against the Cincinnati defense in front of the ball, only 20 yards, their first possession. And the Bengals trying to move it deep downfield for shortstop Shane Conlon intercepted Boomer Esiason. Kelly from the gun. He likes Thurman Thomas out of the backfield. He takes a look at Thurman Thomas, who catches the ball and comes inside the 45-yard line. A gain on the play of about 9 yards, almost 10. It'll be just short of a first down.
Thomas made the
Tackled
stop.
by his friend Ricky Dixon.
That's right.
Thurman Thomas wearing his number well on the back of his head, 34. A lot of defensive players have seen a lot of the back of his head the way he's been running this year. He is
What a
just
back.
tremendous.
Look at the numbers. AFC total yards from scrimmage. Thurman Thomas leads the way. Brooks is Cincinnati second. Thomas, with his 2 catches today, has 46 for the season.
With Thomas and Brooks, these are 2 backs that can do everything. They put so much added pressure on a defense because you really don't have to come in with 4 wide receivers because either one of these guys can fit in and play a wide receiver slot and still put that pressure on you, just from a running back situation.
Jim Kelly didn't like something he saw in the defense. He called a timeout for Buffalo.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can get you $750 cash back on 89 Mazda trucks now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
What'd you get the boys?
Radio Shack's radio-controlled cars. A dual-speed White Tiger Turbo with spring suspension to hug the road. A high-speed Golden Arrow off-roader with lightning response to leave them in the dust. And a turbocharged Ferrari that will burn up the racetrack.
Bob, you got 3 cars. We only have 2 boys.
2 little boys and 1 big one.
Radio-controlled cars from $9.95 to $119.95. Only at Radio Shack, the technology store.
When you have these, why would you need a Black & Decker Power Ratchet? Because it's faster, easier, and works in lots of places manual wrenches can't. The Black & Decker Power Ratchet. It's really turning a lot of heads.
It's McRib time at McDonald's. Grilled pork and sassy sauce. Add fries and a Coke and you're talking chomp, but only for a limited time. The good time, great taste of McDonald's. McRib chomp.
NBC Sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Coors. Enjoy the original taste of Coors, the Rocky Mountain legend. By the good time, great taste of McDonald's. And by Mazda Cars and Trucks. Mazda, it just feels right.
Back and set to go on 3rd down and a yard. Second back is Kennebrew, and he breaks it. Gary Kennebrew taking on tacklers, drives down to the 31-yard line for the Bills. Tackle tackle made by Lewis Billups, a cornerback for the Bengals, but Kennebrew busts a 13-yard gain on 3rd and 1.
Just a power run by Kennebrew. Watch him find the hole right here. Right now, he starts to pour. He's looking for somebody to run over right here. And just barely misses him with a nice little forearm. He'd have broke that tackle had that landed. I guarantee you, Lewis Billups doesn't want to have to tackle Kennebrew all game long.
Bruce Coslett, their offensive coordinator, was saying about there's offensive players used to always talk about. Imagine our guys having to tackle Brew. Now they do. As they get to 1st and 10 on another carry to Thurman Thomas. He takes it down to the 27-yard line.
They do so many things with Kennebrew. They line him up right at a wing back and have him block. They put him in motion and have him block.
Skip McClendon, who was in on the tackle, starting for injured Jim Scow, was shaken up on the play, so the Bengals are going through the roster at defensive left end. Scow is out with a shoulder separation. And now McClendon's down. He'll be attended to. The Bills are driving with 7:17 to play in the first quarter. There's no score up yet here in Buffalo.
I like wheeling and dealing and a penthouse view. Dressing for success and knowing who's who. Bright lights, fast lane, and my big-time career. Meetings of the board and cold Coors beer. If you like your beer fresh, pure, and natural, head for the Rockies on the original taste of Coors. Tap an ice-cold Coors with a friend of yours. Coors, the Rocky Mountain legend.
They predicted a gloomy year for everyone. But they didn't count on Mazda, with cars and trucks engineered to feel just right. Now Mazda is racing toward an all-time sales record, with record-setting deals that can save you up to $1,000 now. So come get a record-setting deal at the Mazda Race to the Record. At your local Mazda dealer now.
I think they should have signs that help us. Have signs that like, slow down, cop hiding behind building.
Young man, you're in big trouble.
Hate that when they ask you.
Do you know how fast you were going?
Oh, no. You know what I tell them? You know why I stopped? I said, how about you? You had to catch up with me. I was driving down the street and I saw a sign. It said, slow down, road coming to an end. What about slowing down for? Don't worry, we'll go off the cliff slowly.
Levi's 100% cotton Dockers. If you're not wearing Dockers, you're just wearing pants.
Oh, I love it. Is it the wrong way? How do they know where I'm going?
NBC Sports serves your need to know all week long. Dial 1-900-454-3500 for NBC Scores Plus. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere in the USA.
Skip McClendon on the sideline, apparently ready to come back in right now, though. A rookie from Cal. Natu Tua Tagovailoa is in at defensive end. Easy for me to say.
I'm glad you said it.
Second down and a long 5, and they go to Thurman Thomas, who breaks the crust again and tracks on down to the 22-yard line, where 57 Reggie Williams makes the stop along with number 22 Eric Thomas.
This Buffalo offense, I tell you, they are set on trying to set Thurman Thomas loose. Every time you watch Kennebrew, number 28, go in motion here and then break up the watch, he's looking for somebody to knock down. When Thurman Thomas just picks a hole and just keeps driving forward, Reggie Williams brings him down.
Bills have the #1 offense in the American Conference overall. Cincinnati has the #1 passing game in the conference. Buffalo scored the most touchdowns in the NFL this season, 47. Handoff, not much there for Kennebrew, but he didn't need much on 3rd and a yard. Kennebrew hammers ahead for 2, and a new set of downs for the Bills as they're down to the Bengal 20. You don't want to be kicking field goals at this end, though, right now from this distance. A very strong wind coming out of the west, right in the face of the Bills' offense.
McKellar goes in motion, comes down, gets a block. Kennebrew stopped at the line of scrimmage, but with just his power and his weight, he keeps moving forward and is able to get the first down.
David Fulcher came up and contributed on another tackle. 12th play of the drive. Thurman Thomas breaks through, holding tight to the ball. He's down to the Bengal 12-yard line. Ricky Dixon, the last line of defense, the free safety, got him down. As again, 80,000 jam-rich stadium, the Bills #1 in the league in attendance.
So far, Ricky Dixon getting to know Thurman Thomas a lot better. You know, this Buffalo offense, when they keep pounding Kennebrew at you time and time again, then all of a sudden what they trick you is they put a little lightning on you by giving the ball to Thomas.
It's a real changeup, a 260-pound back to a breakaway bat. They go with Kennebrew blocking, and Thurman Thomas takes it over the top on second down and a long two. He's very close to a Bills first down. Does not appear to have it. Crumry, the nose tackle, was the first tackler. Zander, 91, was also on the play.
There is a major battle going on along that line of scrimmage between Howard House Ballard from Buffalo, number 75. He's 6'6", 315. And he is blocking Skip McClendon, who's 6'7", 283. I guess this isn't a clash of the Titans, it's a clash of the human mountains or something. Those are two big fellas.
Might have it where they have the spot. He does. Nose of the ball. So the Bills tee it up, first down and goal from the 10-yard line.
Once again, you watch Thurman Thomas. Kennebrew lead blocking on Crumry, 91, makes a great block, enabling Thomas just to get the first down. Kennebrew can do everything, and so can Thomas.
Thomas already now with 42 total yards in the game.
Buffalo reducing this game down to just pure football. We'll see who's the toughest.
Yeah, they're coming off the ball. Straight ahead zone blocking. Here's a handoff. Thurman Thomas turns the corner and dips out of bounds at about the 8-yard line. Second down and goal from there. Ricky Dixon ran him out. These old pals from the Big 8 are indeed getting to know each other again.
They certainly are. Buffalo likes to run left down here in this red area. And it doesn't matter. You know, people say, well, geez, if everybody knows they're running left, how come they can't stop them? It's not the fact that you know which way they're running. You must make some kind of a play to stop them. There's another look at Thurman Thomas running. It's like the old Green Bay Packers. They used to run that sweep right, or the Raiders used to run left all the time, but nobody could stop them.
Green Bay's 36 weak side sweep. They ran it 29 times in one championship game when they beat the Giants, 13 times in a row. Throw over the middle, and it's tipped away, very nearly intercepted. Kelly on a quick sprint trying to get Andre Reed on a post pattern, and Ricky Dixon had his hands on the ball, number 29. So Ricky's getting a full workout today.
Ricky Dixon, he's one of the nicest dressing guys in the league. He's sharp every single day. Here you see Jim Kelly now. He tries to sneak this ball between the two defensive backs, but they make a nice play, and you kind of like that when you run people into each other. Kelly, you know, it was just a shot. You know, there was a crack in there. He tried to stick it through the crack, didn't put enough on the ball.
So Kelly goes to the shotgun on third down and goal from the 8. There's no score with 4:40 to play in the first quarter. Swing pass, Thurman Thomas, quick non-moves, and the Bengals get him at the 5, and the Bills will have to settle for a field goal try. So Buffalo with a sustained drive, advancing it to a 1st and 10 at the Bengal 10-yard line. But in 3 downs, they end up at the 5, and their place kicker comes out.
Very good defensive coverage by the Cincinnati Bengals cornerbacks. They don't get a lot of play either, but these guys, that's why they had to throw the ball to Thurman Thomas. The wide receivers were covered in the end zone. Here's a little pass out to Thurman Thomas, who tries to stop and go, but Billups doesn't buy that move, and Fulcher comes over and helps him with the tackle, number 33.
Scott Norwood. He's hit 15 of 21. Kicking into the wind, he drives it up and through, and it is a 3-0 Buffalo lead with 4:29 to play in the first quarter. This wind is going to be more and more of a factor. Buffalo a long drive, and the Bills take a 3-0 lead.
Has changed about the game. Today, the best in the business fly. And the airline that takes over 300 college and pro teams to their chosen field is United. Come fly the friendly skies.
Did you know if you're an MCI, Execunet, or a Sprint Dial 1 customer and your business spends over $50 a month, you could be in the wrong plan. You can save money with the new AT&T Pro Watts, and we're going to make it easy. We're so sure that you'll see the difference. We'll pay to sign you up. We'll pay to switch you over. And if you're not satisfied within 90 days, we'll even pay to switch you back. All you have to do is call us, 1-800-222-0400. New AT&T Pro Watts, another AT&T advantage.
Put a luggage cart and a suitcase, and what do you get? Samsonite's Piggyback. It's particularly handy on long trips like the one from your car to the ticket counter.
Sears challenges so-called superstores to top this. A 52-inch projection TV for just $53 a month. Thanks to a manufacturer's reduction, it's $500 less. Thanks. At Sears and Sears Brand Central now.
Golf's fabulous foursome, Jack Nicklaus, Curtis Grange, Ray Floyd, and Lee Trevino play the Skins Game. Today on NBC.
Is it windy in Buffalo? You bet it is, as the Hawk is sweeping down out of Canada. 3-0 Buffalo in the first quarter, down quickly with Ahmad Rashad. The choice item among the confectionaries in Cincinnati, Ahmad, is what now?
This Boomer bar. They make this bar because Boomer plays so sweet. It also benefits all the dentists in the Cincinnati area, because I'm sure it'll give you some cavities, but it's good chocolate.
And it also benefits kids' sports, which benefits younger people in the sports programs in the greater Cincinnati area. In Cleveland, the choice now is the Bernie bar. Bernie's got one out, Bernie Kosar.
I will test and see which is the better candy bar, the Bernie bar or the Boomer bar. Stay tuned for that.
Now Norwood ready to kick off into the wind. He'll drive it low if he can't, try to bounce it downfield. He puts it up, and not a wise move as Robert Jackson fields it at the 28-yard line.
With a fair catch? Yeah. Haven't seen that much all year. You can fair catch a kickoff.
A blocker fair catching a kickoff. Norwood tried to drive it into the wind, and it stopped. Usually they drive the ball on the ground, try to hit those ground balls, get a little more distance. Winds will pick up as the temperature drops. It was 35 at kickoff time. Cloudy day, intermittent sunshine. Playing conditions are generally good. It can be a lot colder this time of the year in western New York. 12th man being heard here in Buffalo. Tremendous crowd noise. Handoff. James Brooks breaks a layer of tacklers and drives out to the 34-yard line, where Scott Radisick, who's in for the injured Cornelius Bennett, makes the stop. 97 Radisick, a veteran from Penn State.
Radisick is one of these players that we know that Bennett is down, but he will play up to the thing. Now here's Bruce Smith, number 78. You see him just getting rid of, oh my gosh, that was just strength, but he wasn't able to get back to make the tackle. Anthony Munoz and Bruce Smith, I talked to Munoz before the game. He said the toughest thing about Bruce Smith is his second move, not the first one. He said once you get him engaged in the first one, he's got another one.
Free ball. Bills have it. James Brooks loses the ball, and Kirby Jackson pops on it for Buffalo. So in the early going, 2 turnovers could prove critical to the Bengals. Esiason was intercepted. The Bills subsequently drove for the go-ahead points on a field goal. And now Buffalo will go 1st and 10 at the 36-yard line of Cincinnati.
One of the things that Sam Weich did not want to happen, and that was a big play going in the other way to get the Buffalo team and the fans all excited. Just a play where Brooks loses the ball. Nobody knows where it is. It's picked up.
Looked like number 50, Ray Bentley, knocks it free here, Ahmad.
Looked like it, you know, it was very tough to see if he really had the ball before he got hit.
Yeah, he really didn't have good control, and now Buffalo does indeed have the ball. Kelly to Thomas, who turns upfield and fights his way to the 30-yard line. A gain of 6 yards on the play as the Bengals were hacking at the ball, trying to get it back. Jason Buck, 99 on the stop, along with 91 Carl Zander.
Thurman Thomas has such great sight. And when I say that, when he's able to run into the line and find cracks, and not only find them, but he's able to get in them and explode through them. That's his 10th carry for 42 yards.
Important game in the AFC Central. Matching an AFC Central team and an AFC East team. Pittsburgh is losing to Miami 14-0 now. The Bills started the day tie with the Dolphins for first. Here is Kennebrew. Man, they trap blocked and gave him an alley, and he just pounds his way ahead. Did he lose the ball?
Yeah, he lost the ball, and it appears that Cincinnati was on top of it. This is always in there. Now, this is where your work in the weight room comes out.
Get your finger bit off down
well,
there.
If you can be strong enough, you just, you can pull the ball away from somebody in the bottom of one of those piles. They're doing those curls, bicep curls.
James Lofton off the bottom of the pile along with Andre Reed. Bengal offense is coming out.
Kennebrew is rambling at this point. Gets right by the line of scrimmage. Now he starts to accelerate, and the ball's knocked out right there. Nobody knows it. Everybody's still trying to drive forward. The ball's bouncing around.
Eric Thomas looks like he recovers him at 22. So Kennebrew loses the ball, and the Bills' advantage on that turnover is negated, and the Bengals get it back with 2:41 to go in the first quarter.
When Cincinnati gets a turnover like this, you got to look, and I'm sure that Marv Levy knows they try to come back with a big play to try to quiet this crowd right back down.
Yeah, they're liable to hit that snake eyes, that deep throw right now. Straight out. Bruce Smith in pursuit. Throws a sideline pattern incomplete to Jim Griggs. Jim Riggs turning out one of the tight ends. That's how it looked in the AFC Central. The Oilers, Cleveland, and Cincinnati. Sam White predicted even before Detroit upset Cleveland on Thanksgiving that the Bengals would win the division.
And Raymond Berry told us they were going to the Super Bowl up there in New England.
That was before the season.
That's right.
Now he's going to the drawing board.
Those predictions are tough.
Buffalo with an advantage in a tiebreaker with Miami. Should they finish with identical records, the Bills have beaten the Dolphins twice. But Miami has a much easier schedule the rest of the way. They don't play one winning team over the last 5 weeks. And they're up on the Steelers 14-0 lead. Brooks on second down and 10. Breaks it. James Brooks into open field. Mark Kelso in pursuit. And the Bills free safety 38 makes the play. But not until the great James Brooks is all the way out to the 48-yard line.
James Brooks has such great acceleration. 31-yard run, and it appeared right just before, watch Bruce Smith just before the play starts. He'll shift out to the right. Now he's playing this run, trying to stop Brooks from going wide. Brooks brings it back underneath him, and now he starts to accelerate. He's got that tremendous acceleration that constantly puts pressure on the defense. You see Cincinnati going with that sugar huddle. What they try to do is they try to keep the same 11 guys on the field. They don't want to go into a deep huddle and let you bring in some situation players. If they huddle close to the line of scrimmage, you got to keep your same guys on the field.
This crowd is an unbelievable factor. Stanford Jennings is caught by Bruce Smith, 78, trying to cut back. Combination of losing his footing with some help from Smith, and it'll be second down and 10 for Cincinnati. Bengals trailing the Bills 3-0 with 1:23 to play in the first quarter. And we cannot overemphasize the importance of the wind, which is at Cincinnati's back here in the first quarter.
Bruce Smith just able to trade places with Munoz on that play. He's that quick. I think when you talk about Bruce Smith, the amazing thing about him is not only is he a premier pass rusher, but he can play the run as good as any other defensive lineman in the league also.
Once he concentrates on playing the run, he can. He's been attacked by offenses who try to double team and run right at him. Silasson stands in, out pattern, and Jim Riggs makes the catch. He's out to the 46-yard line of the Bills. It'll be third down and 4. 3-0 Buffalo. Now let's go to NFL Live and Bob Costas. Bob?
Okay, Don, obviously this is of big interest to Buffalo fans, and it's not good news for Bills supporters. Miami leading the Steelers 14-0 in a downpour in the first quarter at Joe Robbie Stadium. This is Mark Clayton latching onto a 66-yarder from Marino. Earlier, Sammy Smith had scored from the 1. 14-zip Dolphins. Back to Don and Ahmad.
Thank you, Bob. As we go back now to live action, it's third down and 4 for Cincinnati. Bills fans booing because the Bengals not huddling. It's all legal what they do. They call their play in formation to keep from substituting, keeping Buffalo from substituting, throwing a drop ball. Tim McGee saying he was interfered with, but the official on top of the play says he was not. So that brings up fourth down, and the Bengals will punt with the wind at their back.
Even though that was a pretty good play by number 46, Leonard Smith, Boomer Esiason hit McGee right in the head with the ball. Even though he was pushed right at the end, Now you see Esiason looking over the field. He's looking for McGee coming across the middle, number 85 there. Now you see number 46 come up and just get a hand on McGee, but the ball hit him right in the head. It's hard to catch a ball in the head.
So the first quarter ended, and now Cincinnati has to turn and punt into the wind on 4th down when we come back.
Working to be the best they can be. Teammates, sponsored by the U.S. Army. Number 58, Shane Conlon, and Cornelius Bennett, number 55. Make sure no one shuffles through the Buffalo defense. Opponents know that when they line up to battle the Bills, they'll be facing a defense that is ready to thwart both the run and the pass by putting on relentless pressure. The drive and determination of Bennett and Conlon has brought them status as the best pair of young backers in the business and help make Buffalo the best they can be.
If you want to move ahead in any career, you have to know what most employers want. Like how to work with a team, how to handle responsibility, how to take on a tough job and see it through. You can learn all these things in the Army, so when you do set off on the road to success, you'll already be in the driver's seat.
In 1859, Isaac Cook created a Great American Champagne to launch the Great American Clipper ships. Today, people are still launching celebrations with Cook's Imperial American Champagne.
The Black & Decker Workmate. About all it can help you do is clean up. But at least it gets out of your way. The Black & Decker Workmate.
The Bengals, the Browns, and the Dog Pound. Then Elway and Bo. The Broncos battle the Raiders, an NBC football doubleheader next Sunday.
With Ahmad Rashad, this is Don Criqui back at Rich Stadium. The Bengals and the Bills ready to start the second quarter. Buffalo in the lead 3-0. Lee Johnson, who kicked for a national championship team at BYU, ready to punt the ball for the Bills. There's Mickey Sutton to punt the ball for the Bengals. Mickey Sutton back for Buffalo.
This is one of the toughest things to do in the wind.
Boy, he did a good job of it. Johnson hits it downfield. It takes a bounce back, though, and will be down at about the 22-yard line. Coming up next, join us for one of the premier golf events of the year, the Skins Games. Curtis Strange had the best day yesterday, winning $60,000. Who will pocket the big money today? Join one of the best foursomes ever for the exciting conclusion. That's the Skins Game, following today's NFL football action here on NBC. Lee Trevino has been shut out so far. Nicholas has won $55,000. Raymond Floyd $25,000, and Strange leads the way with $60,000.
There's a bit of a coaching conference over there. Sam White likes to be involved in every aspect of this team, and he has a great relationship with Boomer Esiason and his offense.
Buffalo's strength in the first quarter was their ability to string Thurman Thomas as they try to again, and he takes it up the middle, both hands on the ball. On a first down carry, Thurman Thomas is straight ahead, close to the 27-yard line.
Well, the best thing you want to do when you got a little bit of a slippery track is to just take the ball and go straight ahead. It enables your linemen to get good footage and just pound out their blocking forward. And Thurman Thomas, if you can just get a little bit of movement in that offensive line and then let him pick his spot, he does that as well as anybody in football. Now they like to set him out wide because he's an excellent pass receiver also.
Second down, a long 5, almost 6. Kennebrew, who fumbled his previous carry, takes it ahead close to the 40-yard line. Joe Kelly, 58, was the first tackler. Krumrie on the pile also. Jim Richer leads the blocking, and it'll bring up third down and about 2.
Don, the toughest thing about being labeled as a fumbler is what compounds the problem is that when you play against other teams, they all try to knock the ball away. I mean, if nobody ever thought you were a fumbler, nobody would try to go for the ball. But when you get that reputation, everybody tries to pound the ball away, which makes it twice as tough.
They've really become expert at it. Teams teach it now. Rather than going for the tackle, they punch at the ball. Thurman Thomas on a misdirection is caught in his backfield, and the Bills will have to punt. A 3rd down and 2 play misfires, a loss of 5 yards. Jason Buck read it all the way, coming up from right defensive end number 99, and Esiason in the offense ready to come back out. Buck, now in his 3rd year from Brigham Young, was a #1 draft choice, really coming on as a defensive end.
Once again, a little misdirection, underhand handoff here. Thurman Thomas not able to get outside of Jason Buck. Makes an excellent play for the stop.
John Kidd now will be punting with the wind at his back. His first punt only 20 yards. He bangs this one, drives Mike Martin back and hit the official. The Bengals fall on the ball back at the 19-yard line. So that, better than anything else, illustrates the force of this wind. Kidd's punt into the wind 20 yards, his punt with it 56. Old Glory is straight out, high above the stadium, as Esiason and the Bengals are ready to go back on offense.
I like cruising downtown in my limousine. Big skyscrapers and the nightlife scene. The rush hour traffic we get around here. High fashion ladies and cold Coors beer. If you like your beer fresh, pure, and natural, head for the Rockies and the original taste of Coors. Tap an ice-cold Coors with a friend of yours. Coors, the Rocky Mountain legend.
You have to drive it to believe it. The new Accord.
New Year's Day, come home to the best in college football and a battle that will determine the national championship. The Colorado Buffaloes take on Lou Holtz and the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame. Plus the beauty and pageantry of the famed Orange Bowl halftime. New Year's Day, the best bowls are on NBC.
There's Don Hakes, the field judge, getting into the action here a little bit. Watch him try to get out of the way. The ball hits him right on the leg. He's not as quick as he used to be. Another look, trying to get out of the way.
Hey, that is a live ball. The official is part of the field. But the Bengals recovered after a 56-yard punt, and the Cincinnati Bengals go first down and 10 from their 19-yard line. They trail 3-0 second quarter. Esiason on a sprint out. Incomplete, attempted to Tim McGee against Kirby Jackson. Jackson is an interesting story. He was a 5th-round draft choice of the Jets a year ago. They cut him. Came in here when Derek Burrows was injured. Jackson stepped in. He's been an outstanding corner. Intercepted Dan Marino in one game twice. Almost had a third. He ran one back for a touchdown.
There's so many players that the key to being successful is being in the right situation. Like you said, they got cut from a couple of teams, and
second down and 10 arises now for Boomer and the Bengals. Boomer loses the handle, and the Bills are on him very quickly, and Esiason gets the ball. It's going to be a tough second quarter for Esiason in this win, throwing the ball.
Esiason just not able to get the handoff. Good thing that ball bounced up straight. Shane Conlon was right there in case he had missed it. Because that Sugar offense where they go right away. They don't give you any time to make any substitutions. Sam White.
Sam played for Buffalo as a backup quarterback in 1977.
He also played for Marv Levy when Levy was a coach at Washington.
That's right.
Signaling in the plays there. That's the fist play. Wherever that is.
Well, on 3rd and 2, might be something to Rodney Holman. A lot of people rate him the best tight end in football.
I rate him as the best tight end in football.
A lot of NFL people, scouting services. He hasn't had a throw to him yet. They'll be going to him. Bills are watching him closely. That strong safety's right up on him. They go to the run to James Brooks, and James Brooks breaks it out to the 32-yard line. He has a first down for Cincinnati. On 3rd down and 12, the Bengals go to the run and get a first down. Leonard Smith stopped much more of the game.
They put you in such a disadvantage where they stretch you out. Then they hand the ball off to Brooks, who gets a chance to just pick his play. He comes through a wide hole and starts to turn that acceleration on and powers it 2 for 12 yards. There's another look at. Watch Brooks make the cut. Bruce Smith almost gets to the tackle.
John Hagee, 22, up at the line, missed the tackle, and that's when Brooks kicked into second gear and spurted ahead for 13 yards. Esiason in trouble. He eludes Bruce Smith. Boomer's got to run. Jackson has a piece of him, and finally he's brought down by Darryl Talley and Jackson.
That was Darryl Talley's 501st tackle.
Yeah.
You know what? You don't always have to sack the quarterback to be a problem. Bruce Smith just gets right by Reimers, and then almost gets Boomer down. It's pressure that you put on the quarterback. It's not that you have to sack him every time, but if the quarterback knows that you're going to be in his face all day long, it causes him to hurry passes. And I firmly believe that a hurry pass is better than a sack because it causes interceptions.
Boomer's had one of those today. Shane Conlon picked him off early. And the Bills on an extended drive took it the other way and scored the only points of the game. It's 3-0 Buffalo. Flags all over the place as Bruce Smith signals he was drawn offside.
That is another thing that Bruce Smith does so well.
Number 78 on the offense. Second down.
Munoz is called for the false start.
Bruce Smith is so quick that Munoz is trying to negate him on his first move, which causes him to go off sides, and then Bruce just kind of lulls in there to the quarterback.
Anthony Munoz made the move, then froze, hoping nobody'd notice. But Smith took off. 278s. One is a certain Hall of Famer, Munoz, and Bruce Smith has the potential to be.
When you're 284 pounds and you move, everybody notices. That's the size of Munoz.
Second down and 14, and into the wind goes Esiason on a sprint out. Out pattern to Holman, who loses the ball at the 36-yard line. Looked like a good throw. At the last moment, Max Montoya made a big block as Bruce Smith was ready to hammer Esiason. Montoya cut him, and Esiason had time to throw the ball.
What they try to do now, this is a little trap play. See, nobody's blocking Bruce Smith as he comes. Now here comes Montoya from the other side. That's why they call it a trap. The guy in front of you leaves, you think you're wide open, and then somebody comes from the other side and cuts you.
Third down and 14. Into the wind. Esiason throws up a hope. Shane Conlon coming on a blitz. Number 58, who intercepted him before, forced that errant throw. Esiason just threw it away. Now the Bengals have a problem. They must punt into this gusting, swirling wind.
Boomer does an excellent job of just getting rid of this ball. The Bills are putting excellent pressure. There goes Conlon by. And there's Seals right there at Boomer just as he lets the ball go. He does a good job just getting rid of it.
Mickey Sutton is back. Blade Johnson ready to hit the ball from his 18. He does a good job, but then it stops. He kicks a spiral into the wind. Mickey Sutton lets it roll, and it goes to the 44-yard line of Buffalo, where the Bengals down it. Barney Bussey downs the ball, just a 28-yard punt, and then it kicked back 6 yards. Ended up as a net 22. Bills on offense in a moment.
Keep listening to Oldies 104 all day long for good times. In today's higher revving and hotter running engines, wear is a greater problem than ever before. Oil breakdown can shorten the life of vital engine parts. That's why there's Castrol. Castrol provides maximum protection against viscosity and thermal breakdown. So use Castrol, because driving today can be a grind. Castrol, engineered for today's smaller cars.
If you don't want to slow down on your way to the top. It's the right beer now. Because you know to make a beer as refreshing as a mountain stream, you got to start with a mountain stream. It's the right beer now. When a night on the town might last all night, call for the taste preferred at Better Night Spots. The silver bullet, the one that won't slow you down.
It's the right beer now.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas. With Radio Shack Space Patrol walkie-talkies, your children can be Arctic explorers.
Advance slowly. The summit is sheer ice. And the cold is beginning to affect the dogs.
With the Morse code key, you can send critical information, and the flexible antenna is a must on rough terrain.
Prepare for final ascent. We've got to make the summit before nightfall. Anyone for hot chocolate? Mission accomplished!
Space Patrol walkie-talkies from $9.95 only at Radio Shack, the technology store.
NBC sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Honda, who invites you to test drive the new Accord. You have to drive it to believe it. By Radio Shack, the technology store, America's leader in consumer electronics. And by Coors Light, pure brewed in the Rockies, the silver bullet won't slow you down. It's the right beer now.
We got some Buffaloes on the loose in the stands.
Just think that guy with that Buffalo hat on his mom's, you know what I'm saying? Yep, that's my boy.
Somebody had a paper mache Buffalo biting the back of a Bengal tiger. Kelly on first down, lets her rip. Lofting the ball to Andre Reed, just out of his reach. Lewis Phillips was covering on the play, but he was 2 steps behind. Now to NFL Live in New York. Bob?
All right, Don, check this first quarter altercation at Arrowhead. The rookie linebacker Derek Thomas shoves Warren Moon out of bounds. Moon objects. They tussle. Moon grabs the face mask. He's the only one penalized for grabbing the mask. Then Jerry Glanville goes berserk on the sidelines. He's hit with an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. And to add to Houston's woes, it's good news, actually, for Bengal fans. Kansas City takes a 10-0 lead into the second. Don.
Thanks, Bob. Browns also very interested in that outcome of the Houston game. They go back into first. Kansas City prevails. Here is Thurman Thomas breaking it up the middle. Makes it inside the 45-yard line, down to the 42. Reggie Williams finally made the tackle, but it was plus 14 yards for Buffalo on Thurman Thomas's run.
Skip McClendon, number 72, and Howard Ballard. I told you they'd be in a battle all day. Ballard wins this one, stays on McClendon long enough to get Thurman Thomas to spring through that line of scrimmage. And once you do that, and he gets a couple of steps into that defensive secondary, he is so dangerous. That's his 13th rush for 54 yards.
This is the best way to defend against Esiason in that high-octane passing game of Cincinnati. Keep him on the sideline. Buffalo's doing that with the run. 1st and 10 for the Bills. Bengals trail 3-0. Thomas again takes it down to the 40-yard line. He was a second-round draft choice. You probably heard the story. He says every game he plays, he's very motivated because no matter who the Bills play, that team passed on him in the first round. If he came out of the draft now knowing what they know, he'd be a high first-round pick.
He is just exceptional. And all he needs is for that offensive line in front of him just to push back a little bit and let him pick a hole. He picks spots as well as anybody that I've ever seen. Always makes the right decision to go on a block.
Miami has the oranges, but Buffalo has the juice.
I remember that.
At least they used to. There's a swing pass to Thurman Thomas running in the open field. Puts on a dance and gets inside the 20-yard line. Lewis Phillips makes the tackle, but the Bengals, on a good play fake by Jim Kelly, were totally out of position. A 20-yard gain for Buffalo.
Jim Kelly is the happiest man in Buffalo with Thurman Thomas playing the way he's playing because he's always got an outlet. Here, Thomas, just a little swing out of the backfield, and instead of running out of bounds here, he's still trying to get more. He's always looking for the home run. That's his 3rd catch for 32 yards.
Big day for Thurman Thomas. Almost 100 yards total offense already. We're in the first half. 1st and 10 for the Bills who lead 3-0. Kinnebrew, both arms on the ball. McClendon comes up and gets in the middle of the defense, swarms on him. Be tough, maybe, Ahmad, for Kinnebrew to run with that reckless abandon. Got some big gainers after he fumbled.
Well, you got to get over it. It's almost like a quarterback throwing interceptions. You can't worry about fumbles. They just happen sometimes. There's nothing you can do. Usually when a player has a problem fumbling, a coach can't. There's no drills that keep you from fumbling. You just have to hold on to the ball. And Kinnebrew, like I said, you got to get over it and just keep running.
Bills now flex. Thurman Thomas out. He's the slot back to the top of your screen as Kelly takes a look to the near side and makes the connection. Andre Reed is in. Touchdown Buffalo as Kelly threads the defense. Pass play can get.
Great job by Andre Reed on the pattern. He just got open a little bit, and then Kelly able to just gun that ball to him, and Reed jogged into the end zone.
Norwood, with Kidd holding, hits the extra point, and the Bills have now extended their lead to 10-0 with 7:04 to play in the first half. Dating back to preseason games, the Bengals have beaten the Bills the last 6 times they played. They beat them decisively twice last season in the regular season and in the AFC title game.
It's the right there now,
but not now.
It's the right there now,
but definitely not now.
It's the right beer now.
And absolutely, positively, not now. No way.
Come on, Jimmy. Let me get your cab.
Count on the team from MetLife to keep in step with customer needs. Get Met. It pays.
It's only at Sears. This 3-lux camcorder that shoots beautifully even in low light.
Hold it.
For just $21 a month. Comes with free wide angle and telephoto lenses. And color enhancement light too. At Sears and Sears Brand Central now.
Yeah, I sure can. We have just about hourly flights here.
6th of October, United flight number 725.
Sure, I'd be happy. I'll help you with that. And your flight number?
Arriving in Tokyo at 5:10 p.m.
Both animals are also confirmed.
You're welcome. Thanks for calling.
Business class.
But I think you're
in a world fraught with phone frustration, people who fly come to learn of a singular exception, where wishes are granted with efficiency and grace.
Delafria Stokowitsky? Is that with an I or a Y?
United Airlines. Come fly the friendly skies.
The Bengals, the Browns, and the Dog Pound. Then Elway and Bo. The Broncos battle the Raiders, an NBC football doubleheader next Sunday.
A great route by Andre Reed that brings the ball in here. You see Louis Bills playing on the outside, but what Reed wants to do is stay away from this guy right here, number 33. Stay away from Fulcher, and it's a great pass. Hits him right on the money. See, if you bring that ball too far inside, you get a headache by Fulcher. You just want to take that little crease. Kelly put the ball right on the money.
Booming kickoff, knocked downfield and out of the end zone. And so the Bengals will have to work the rest of the first half. It has 6:58 to play in it. Going into this strong win, Andre Reed has been a terrific player for Buffalo out of Kutztown State. He started the day as the AFC's #1 pass catcher with 65. He just caught his 8th touchdown pass.
You know, if I had to grade him, Don, you know, you grade a receiver on hands, route, able to run routes, and running ability after the catch. I give him a 10 on all of them.
Nobody works at it harder. Next week, the Bengals head into Cleveland Stadium to take on the Browns. Bills head west to go against the Seahawks at Seattle, and their old coach, former Buffalo coach Chuck Knox. James Brooks having a problem getting started as the Bills shot through. Radisek in for the injured Cornelius Bennett. Makes another hit. Another of those Penn State backers, Scott Radisek, was brought in here by the Bills defensive coordinator Walt Corey, who coached him at Kansas City.
We talked earlier about when a great player goes down on a team that's on its way to a championship, whoever steps up has got to play. And Radisek is taking up the slack that Bennett left. Second down and almost 13. Boomer digs in. What a
brilliant job of pass blocking by Munoz as he's taken Smith out of the play, and Stanford Jennings, fighting his way upfield, gets ahead for a first down for the Bengals. Mark Kelso finally knocks him out of bounds.
It certainly appears that these Bengals are having a much more of a problem, as you see Mark Kelso there with that little extra added pad on top of his helmet. But they're having a problem standing up. If you watch Stanford Jennings, he comes out. Munoz doing a great job there on Bruce Smith. But once Stanford Jennings gets the ball, he starts to running over people, and he's a back that plays every single position.
Mark Kelso, a free agent from William and Mary.
The Tribe.
The Tribe down there, the ladies at William and Mary, wear sweatshirts that say Mary and William in them. First down carry as Brooks accelerates high, but the Buffalo defense is there to stick him. Fred Smerlas, 76. The 11-year veteran at nose tackle. Tough Freddie Smerlas. Put the hat on him. He looks like a player.
He certainly does. And he's getting up a little bit in age, but when you can keep him fresh, he's as good as any they got in the game. 6'4", 288 pounds, and a real football player. He's got that football player mentality where he wants to just beat up anybody around him.
He comes out and it's sleeting, windy, just like he likes it. You like it ugly, says Fred Smerlas. Playing conditions good except for the wind. Here's a blitz. Tyson stands in as the Bengals pick it up nicely, lofts the ball downfield, and it's broken up by Nate Odom. James Brooks was the intended receiver as Esiason makes a critical error of trying to loft the ball into this wind. You can't do it. It hangs. Odom's knocked it down. He came close to intercepting.
And Bruce Smith is complaining that he was held by Munoz. Munoz gets him in there and gets him out of the way. And this is the problem with the wind. You lose all touch. Any kind of pass that you want to try to throw and use touch, you can't do it.
Boomer on the run. He's only 2 for 10 throwing it, 1 interception. Esiason with a great fake, fakes 3, and he gets a first down. But there's a marker down in the Bengal backfield, and they might have listened to Bruce Ahmad because it's going to be a hold, I think, against the Bengals.
Well, it also appeared that the Bills had too many players caught on the field. They were all scrambling, running off the field before the snap of the ball. I don't know if they got caught or not.
Marv Levy patiently awaiting the decision.
North Star Sports Quiz is up on the board.
Red Cashin, the referee. Levy now in his 3rd full season as coach of the Bills, had a 12-4 team a
12
season
men
ago.
on the field by the defense. That penalty is declined. First down.
Aha. They cut the Bills with an extra guy.
They were...
That's not what he was expecting to hear.
No, it looked like a track meet. Them guys come flying off the field, and they just didn't make it to the sideline before the play started.
Last week, Sam White's offense against Detroit, it was like target practice. Esiason hit 30 of 39 for 399 yards. Today, he's only 2 of 10 throwing the ball for just 21 yards. The Buffalo defense in the wind combining to double team him. Esiason, deep drop, good protection, swings it out to Rodney Holman. And he's ahead for a gain of very close to 10 yards. Might have a first down. Ray Bentley makes the stop. Game clock ticking down. 4:20 to play in the first half. Buffalo in the lead 10-0.
This Cincinnati offense, they don't get too rattled. They weren't very successful the first couple of times they got the ball, but as we start to watch them, they start to get everything going, and Boomer is an excellent leader. Watch him stand in here. He's looking for Rodney Holman. Holman runs great routes, has great hands, and he runs well after he catches the ball. They've got a lot of guys like that on this team.
First and 10 for the Bengals. It's not on the board yet. They go to Brooks, and he breaks into the Buffalo secondary and cuts back for a gain of close to 10 yards again on a first down carry. They'll spot him with a 9-yard pickup, 2nd and 1. Nice down for Esiason, who could drop deep and let it go.
All right, you are going to see this line here just block everybody up here, and all of a sudden Brooks just takes off around the end. Now, one thing I've always said is you never can go in front of a defender's face. Watch Brooks. Nice move to the right and get some extra yards. Anytime he would have tried to go in front, he would have been tackled.
Brooks now picking up some nice yardage amount, 8 for 65, as Mike Martin is helped off the field. He's coming back from an injury, had an Achilles tendon injury. Coming back this year, missed an entire season. Football next week. Bengals and the Browns in an arch rivalry renewed at Cleveland Stadium. The Oilers go into Pittsburgh, another key AFC Central matchup. Miami has to go to Kansas City. They could have trouble there. Colts and Patriots play at New England. Denver against the Raiders at Los Angeles next week. 2nd and 1. Boomer does play fake. He is looking deep. Now he throws it out to fast Eddie Brown, who makes the catch. And actually might have gained no yards.
Eddie, right at the end, knew that he was just behind that first down marker, and he tried to get his feet in front of that pole. You're in a dilemma there. Because, I mean, you think you're going to run right into that pole. They're supposed to drop those sticks. Eddie Brown, a little delay route. Now he gets the ball. Watch just before he goes out of bounds. Now he sees the first down. He's trying to get his feet up there, but I don't know if he made it or not.
Turn an ankle doing all that.
Yeah.
He didn't. It's 3rd down and less than a yard. James Brooks, the lone setback. They like to run left with James Brooks behind Munoz. The power blocker. Riggs is over there, too. They run left with James Brooks, and he breaks ahead and just gets the first down. He needed a foot. He got a yard.
James Brooks, with his size, he does everything well. You know, I really think he's the most valuable running back that they have. I know they miss Ickey Woods, but James Brooks does everything so well that he keeps their offense at a very fine pitch.
Pittsburgh on the board, now down by 7 at Miami. Kansas City continues to lead the Oilers at KC. Well, Marv Levy told us yesterday, Ahmad, that at the Pro Bowl, which he coached the AFC last January, says Brooks was the best player. And you add everything he does, his work habits are unbelievable. Swing pass goes to Riggs. He's inside the 30 and down to the 26 as this diverse and high-power Cincinnati offense starts to get on track now late in the 2nd quarter.
Homer Assassin here with a nice little play fake, looking for the tight end the entire way. This offense is the type of thing, it's almost like trying to stop a dam that starts springing leaks. Boomer moves the ball around to everybody. Everybody gets a chance to touch it, and as a defense, you don't really know where to try to stop somebody. Try to stop Brooks, he throws the ball to Holman. Try to stop Holman, he throws it to Eddie Brown.
He's very clever. He sees everything. The NFL's most valuable player last season. Handoff. Stanford Jennings rockets into the defense. He gets a first down for the Cincinnati Bengals down to the 23-yard line. Tackles made by Ray Bentley and Shane Conlon.
And you notice they keep running at Bruce Smith. I guess the reasoning is that he's so quick that he's tough. When you run away from him, he runs down all the plays. So if you can run right at him and negate his quickness and try to make him play on his strength, they feel like they can be more successful. They have Montoya, who just fires out on him and tries to just run him back.
2-minute warning is given. We'll be back to Buffalo in a moment.
When I watch other players play my position and do the ball handling, they don't take it very seriously, and it's something that we take very seriously in Cincinnati, and it's kind of sleight of hand. When we do some kind of ball handling, ball faking, it usually leads to a touchdown for it, and I really think that it's a total team effort. There's a great deal of magic going on. It takes all 11 players to create this magic.
Honda, it's the finer points that make the difference.
According to the latest estimates, Earth will soon be inhabited by more than 5.2 billion people. Where will they all fit?
It's 32 degrees, and Jan Trumpeter is learning all about her antifreeze the hard way.
Why is this happening to me?
Don't push your luck. Guarantee it with Advanced Formula Prestone.
The product, the proving grounds, the results. STP gas treatment is the edge.
Golf's fabulous foursome, Jack Nicklaus, Curtis Grange, Ray Floyd, and Lee Trevino play the Skins Game today on NBC.
The headline news today on NFL Live. Bud Carson, the Cleveland coach, says he made a mistake going on 4th and 13 against Detroit. Bobby Beathard on the insiders, saying that Buddy Ryan, the Eagles coach, would really like to be the Jets head coach. He coached, was one of the assistants on the Super Bowl championship team of '68.
I think Buddy would rather be president.
Bobby Humphrey. Bobby Humphrey of the Broncos was arrested Friday night, driving under the influence, but will play today for the Broncos, having a very good rookie season. They're the gentlemen that be catching you up to date at halftime. O.J., Bob Costas, Ralph Wiley, and Bobby Beathard. They look a little stiff there.
They do look a little stiff. Look, you can take those heads and put them on different bodies.
They'll loosen up at halftime. We give them a jolt. First down and 10 for the Bengals, who've yet to put points on the board. They trail 10-0. 2 minutes to play. Esiason changes the play. And the Bills fans give him all the problems they can. Quick timing throw to Tim McGee. One-on-one, and McGee lunges ahead for a gain of 8 yards. So the Bengals, who had trouble early, now starting to look like the high-power Cincinnati offense we've known. Last week against Detroit, they were unbelievable, blowing out the Lions 42-7. It was like target practice.
Boomer Esiason put this ball on him so hard I could hear the pop from here. That was a 9-yard play. But, I mean, Boomer, he throws so effortlessly. He hits McGee right in the chest with the ball.
Mickey Sutton was on the stop along with Shane Conlon. Bengals threatening now. Second down and about a yard. Could be looking at the end zone. Esiason hands it off, and Brooks heads but doesn't get close as he just crosses the line of scrimmage. Gets down to about the 9. But it is a first down, and it'll be first down and goal from there. Remember, Buffalo earlier in the game had a first and goal at the Cincinnati 10, but in 3 downs got only 5 yards and ended up kicking a 24-yard field goal to take a 3-0 lead. Then they hit the big throw, the long touchdown pass from Kelly to Andre Reed, and that's how it stands now, 10-0.
If you feel life's more interesting when you make a splash,
It's the right beer now.
if you feel a great beer starts with great water,
It's the right beer now.
because you're the kind of person who likes to get to the bottom of things, call for the Silver Bullet, the one that won't slow you down.
Coors Light. It's the right beer now.
With Ahmad Rashad, this is Don Crickey back at Rich Stadium, where the Bills are leading 10-0, but the Bengals are challenging. Buffalo's defense now going over the goal line defense because it's first down and goal for Cincinnati at the 9-yard line. A lot less field to protect for the Bill defenders.
That guy with that eye black on looked like one of those wrestlers.
Ray Bentley. This is the guy who writes children's books in the offseason.
Also a very nice artistic job with his eye black.
Bentley, a free agent, really has done the job for Buffalo.
Look at his wave. Can we see that? See his eye?
Got that Darth Vader look. Here come the Bengals, down 10-0. First down and goal, just inside the 10-yard line. 58 seconds to play in the first half. Brooks, caught. Radis, huge play for the Bills. Got Radisek.
Radisek. Anytime. I mean, he just needed a chance to play. And when you're playing behind the fella he was playing behind, you never get a chance to play.
Radisek in for the injured Cornelius Bennett.
Cornelius Bennett, one of those players that never left the field during the entire time they're on the defense. Now that he's down, Radisek stepping in and showing that he's a player.
It's interesting, Ahmad. Radisek's ended up starting most of Buffalo's games because of the injuries to Shane Conlon and now to Bennett. Second and goal from the 14. Esiason caught by Smith. He gets away. Penalty marker down. It might be a face mask as Conlon puts a shot on. It's intercepted by Nate Odoms. As he waves his way back through, Nate Odoms is out to the 33-yard line, but there is an all-important penalty marker down. Bruce Smith swiped at Esiason, and they might rule a face mask. That was before he threw the ball, trying to tackle him.
Bruce Smith, Bruce Smith is 6'4", 280 pounds, and watch him work. They try to block him on the line.
That's the call.
They tried to block him on the line of scrimmage. They had a guy throw at his knees. Marv Levy there trying to get the defense pumped up, but Bruce Smith, boy, if that was not athletic ability, then I don't know who I am.
It was phenomenal. He took a swipe at Esiason, just trying to tackle him.
Face mask by the defense. It'll be an on-time down, 1 down.
Watch Bruce Smith, number 78, to the right of your screen. Just go right over the top. Now he can't get anything, so he gets a piece of that. He's almost on the back of his helmet, but even when you get that close, that's such a dangerous play that the referees will call it every time. And then Odom makes a great interception and a nice run here. Watch Boomer try to throw a rolling block on him. Odom jumps over the top of him.
James Conlon really put a shot on Esiason just as he released the ball. Time had run out because it was a defensive penalty, though. The half cannot end, so the Bengals on second down will try field goal attempt, which is up and good, and that is the end of the first half. A half cannot end on a defensive penalty, and the call against Bruce Smith not only negated the subsequent interception by Nate Odoms, it also gave offside against Buffalo is declined, obviously. The field goal was good by Jim Breach. So the Bengals are beneficiaries of that swipe that Smith took at Esiason. No interception. The Bengals get a chance at points and make them work. And look at Marv Levy and the Bills coaching staff. They're all out on the field now. All the Buffalo players around Red Cashin.
Red Cashin is in control, though, I guarantee you that.
He's seen all this before. Now Marv Levy waving his people out.
He's actually trying to bring his team back onto the field.
Well, there's no time left. They can spend the next 20 minutes on the field if they'd like.
They can either have their halftime out here or in the locker room. Marv on his way over to get a little private talk with Red Cashin. Also to send Freddie Smirlis also trying to wave the rest of the team out of that locker room. I guarantee you Cincinnati is already in the locker room drinking broth. They're not worried about this at all. Bud Grant used to do this a lot of times. When that whistle blows, he'd make a sprint off the field no matter what happened.
We'll watch again. Bruce Smith, 78, makes an extraordinary defensive play, rushing through and then leaping over. Well, that's the last play of the offside. It makes no difference. The field goal was good, and they declined it.
It appealed the Bills were definitely offsides.
We have on the last play a false start by the offense. The field goal is no good.
Wow. Oh. It worked. The Bills win the protest. How often will you see that? They say that the Bengals will watch again and look for the motion. The initial ruling by the officials was offside. Buffalo declined because the field goal was good. But now on review, they find that the Bengals moved in their offensive line. That was the final play of the half. An extra play coming on a defensive penalty.
Once again, it's hard to tell who moved. It looked like just the Bills moved, but
on review, they said that it was the Bengals who moved. Let's watch again.
The right guard, maybe a little bit.
Great second look. So the officials reversed the play.
Who's going to go into the locker room and tell Sam White that they didn't get those 3 points?
That's right. He was in the locker room.
In the locker room.
So the Bills go to the locker room with a 10-0 lead on an official's reversal of a field goal that was first ruled good and then negated. NFL Live is coming up next.
This is the most important line on the field. It's the goal line. Now I've got a play that's going to work magic every time we score. I know you're all counting on me. I know every touchdown makes a difference to each and every one of you. We're all part of this club, and we're all part of this team, and most important, we're all part of this community. I'll show you how it works. This is a magical play. Watch and see. Since I teamed up with United Way For every touchdown I scored during the season, a special group of corporations have pledged to make contributions to help kids cope with tough problems they face growing up in our society today. So far, that's meant more than $47,000 to United Way. I want to thank the people of Buffalo who give to United Way, and especially the corporate leaders who are members of my Jim Kelly United Way End Zone Club. The United Way is a great way to give and a great way to care. The United Way brings out the best in all of us.
This message furnished by the National Football League.
NFL Live halftime activities will continue after these messages from your local station.
It won't leave you dry. Baywatch, Friday.
I don't want to think about it, worry about it, or pamper it. I just want to load it up and drive it. Around Buffalo, that's the reason you buy a truck. But it's almost like Chevy takes the whole concept of work truck a step further. Look, I'm all for competition, but putting Ford up against a truck this good isn't exactly what I'd call a fair fight.
See the full-size Chevy pickups at your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer. We've got what you're looking for.
Think about your future. It's the reason you work, the reason you raise a family, the reason you put everything you've got into everything you do, so that tomorrow might be a better day. It's also the reason North Star Bank provides you with the most innovative savings and investment products available, so that in everyone's future, life will be a little richer.
Join me for Goal to Go, the post-game show, immediately following today's Bills game.
Okay, we welcome those of you watching the Bengals and the Bills. Bob Costas along with O.J. Simpson on the pregame show. You talked about your old team's woes. No woes to speak of in the first half.
Well, you know, it's funny. As I said at the top of the show, some of the players said that they were glad they were playing Cincinnati. They felt they needed to be challenged. And, of course, with Cornelius Bennett being out, all the players felt that they had to do above and beyond their normal job if they were going to win this football game. They are a team that needs to be challenged, and they've been challenged by a team that won the AFC last year, and they're really taking it to them right now.
And in the process of grabbing the 10-0 lead, at halftime, Thurman Thomas goes over 1,000 yards for the season. Elsewhere, Miami jumped in front of Pittsburgh 14-0, but now the game is tied at 14 apiece late in the second quarter. Let's take a look at some of the highlights. In an absolute downpour at Joe Robbie Stadium, the Dolphins capped their opening drive of 12 plays as number 33, the rookie Sammy Smith, goes over the top for the 1-yard touchdown. They lead 7-0. Still in the first quarter, despite the slippery conditions, Marino and Clayton click as they so often do, 66 yards for the touchdown, and they lead 14-0. The Steelers come back with a long drive of their own. Merrill Hodge scores from the 1, and then a minute and a half later, Sammy Smith loses the slippery football, and the aptly named Cornell Lake recovers in these conditions. He laterals it to Dwayne Woodruff, who somehow eludes tacklers, and in he goes for the touchdown that ties the game at 14-all. So the comeback by the Steelers, bad news for Buffalo fans. Kansas City playing at home against Houston and delivering good news for Bengal rooters as Kansas City at Arrowhead Stadium leads this game 20-0. There's the Seawolf hurling an Oiler doll against the wall, sort of symbolic of what's going to happen because the Oilers are having a very difficult time at Arrowhead Stadium. Here a drive stalls as Warren Moon is sacked. Then after an interception, Derek Thomas, the rookie linebacker, throws him out of bounds. Moon takes exception, grabs him by the face mask. 2 penalties on the play against Houston. Glanville gets one for unsportsmanlike conduct, arguing the face mask call against Warren Moon, perhaps not disputing the face mask call, but disputing the fact that Derek Thomas was not penalized on that play. So Kansas City takes over, and with the help of the additional yardage tacked on by the penalties, they score on the James Saxon run of 4 yards. Then moments ago, they block a punt by Greg Montgomery, the second punt blocked in the first half by Marty Schottenheimer's special teams unit, and it leads to a touchdown. 20-0, Kansas City cruising at home. San Diego playing at Indianapolis. The Colts just got a Dean Biasucci field goal to knot that game at 3 just before halftime. Tom Ramsey in at quarterback for Indy. Jack Trudeau injured a finger on his throwing hand and left the game early. The Jets are at home against Atlanta. This game has implications regarding the first draft choice coming up in the spring because the Cowboys don't have a #1 pick, so the Falcons and the Jets are in the running for it, and the Jets might be playing themselves out of the first pick. They're 2-9, Atlanta 3-8, and the Jets leading at home 17-0. And Minnesota is playing at Green Bay. Big game, obviously, in the NFC Central. Minnesota 7-4, Green Bay 6-5. Don Majkowski starts by completing his first 14 passes. He winds up 17 of 19 for the half, including a 34-yard touchdown to Sterling Sharp, and Green Bay leads at County Stadium in Milwaukee 10-6 at halftime. We'll be back with more of the halftime show as we roll on here from our studios in New York right after these messages from your local stations.
The all-American love story that touched the sky. Kelly McGillis.
This is going to be complicated.
Tom Cruise.
I can see it's dangerous for you, but if the government trusts me, maybe you're good.
Top Gun, a special event tonight.
I hate the phrase family car. I want something that can get us all to Bills and Sabres games comfortably, but doesn't forget how much I like to drive. Chevy Lumina is the answer. There's plenty of power, super drivability. They even thought about the kids. When you look at Taurus after Lumina, you can really see how old that car's getting.
See the Lumina at your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer. We've got what you're looking for.
Donate a new toy and make our Christmas wish come true for kids' sake.
Welcome back to our NFL Live studios in New York. Christian Okoye of the Kansas City Chiefs is a name we've mentioned frequently during this season, of course. He's a devastating runner, an engaging personality, and he has a compelling life story. Here's Gail Gardner.
They are time-faded images now, the Nigerian civil war of the late 60s, the failed nation of Biafra led by insurgents from the Igbo tribe, the starving Biafran children. With 3 uncles doing battle and machine guns everywhere, 6-year-old Igbo tribe member Christian Okoye found refuge in his grandparents' basement.
At night, gunshots and sounds, weird sounds will be waking us up, and we'll wake up and we'll just stand outside and watch the, lights and stuff, explosions and things like that. It was just a scary thing, hearing the bullets go by.
"22 years later, in the most improbable of circumstances, that scared 6-year-old boy is now an American football hero, a star in a sport he took up just 5 years ago. Okoye's amazing odyssey began in 1982. The former African discus champ, his track and field prowess brought him from Nigeria to Azusa Pacific University in Southern California. When he failed to make the '84 Nigerian Olympic team, he went out for football instead. By the time he was a senior, the big man from the tiny college was hardly a secret, and he was selected by Kansas City in the second round of the '87 draft. What appealed to the Chiefs most about Okoye was that rare combination of extraordinary strength and exceptional speed. They knew he was quite likable, but perhaps too much of a gentle soul to really thrive at the professional level. They had no need to be concerned.
Several weeks ago, he carried about 6 defenders into the end zone, and one of them, the last one who had his last crack at Christian, tried to throw Christian down, and Christian just flicked him away like a mosquito.
He's a fun guy to be around. He's very humble, and he's a very nice gentleman. But when you get him on a football field, this metamorphosis takes place, and he becomes this deranged human being that's 260 pounds.
Okoye credits his size to genetic luck, weight training, and his Nigerian diet, which includes an occasional snack of goat meat. As for his gridiron menu, less is more.
the ones that I really, get, happy about after is those little ones, 5 yards and 6 yards. And, I think the long runs are really easy ones. They are easy. You don't work hard for them. You just see the big hole and you go for it.
Okoye's name brings smiles to everyone in the Chiefs organization, not just for his ability, but because he is so genuine, so unspoiled, and so ripe for a good story or two.
In the Seattle game in Seattle, we'd run the ball quite a number of times, and he came back into the huddle and said, linemen, be prepared for the cutback. And everybody broke out because he hadn't, we didn't even have a play called yet, but he knew he was going to get the ball, and he had made his decision. He was going to cut it back. I'm not sure based on what.
Life is good for Christian Okoye these days. He has a lucrative future ahead in the NFL. He is able to help his family financially, and he is planning to be married. His one regret, though, is that his mother, who died of a stroke in 1980, is not here to enjoy his success.
I still think about it today. I wish that she's still alive, be able to see what's going on. I think, if she had been alive, she would be very happy.
Well, what a nice guy this fella turns out to be, huh?
Yeah, he is, and he's quite a talent. A guy as large as he is that can accelerate the way he does. I think you're going to have a lot of young kids around America telling their mothers to bring some goat milk home. So they
See, there's the problem. You can get a good Angus steak in Kansas City just like that, but I don't know if there are any delis where you can pick up on the goat meat that easily.
Yeah, well, I tell you what, he's an extremely gifted athlete, and he amazes me that he can run so fast and accelerate so well at 260 pounds.
All right, we got to wrap things up. We'll continue here at halftime right after this, so please stay with us.
In the closing moments of the first half, it was 10-0 Buffalo, then 10-3 Bengals, then the field goal was negated, and it's 10-0 Buffalo at halftime. Don Criqui with Ahmad Rashad. A full range of emotions here closing out the second quarter of play. It began when Buffalo Bills pass rusher Bruce Smith went after Boomer Esiason and took a swipe. We're going to watch what happened.
You see Bruce Smith, nobody's blocking him. Now here comes Max Montoya trying to put a block on him. Bruce Smith goes over the top, and then he catches Boomer Esiason on the top of the helmet, which causes a penalty. Now this play keeps going. As the clock is still running, Boomer Esiason tries to get rid of the ball. It's intercepted.
Nate Odom stands in and intercepts, but it was negated because of the penalty. Now, Sam Weich did not call timeout late in the first half. The time elapsed in the second quarter on that play. There were two reasons he didn't. One, he's running a lot of draws, and if he did run a draw to James Brooks, he'd have a chance to call a timeout if they got down close. And secondly, he doesn't want Buffalo to have the chance to change defenders. He wants to keep the same 11 people on the field, so he never called timeout. Time ran out. But as you know, a half cannot end on a defensive penalty, and so the Bengals got a shot at a field goal, which the officials ruled was good by Jim Breach. But then on review, it wasn't good. It was
a very play. This is so close right here. You see Freddie Smirlis, number 76, at the top of your screen. Evidently, the ball was moved a little bit by the center. Smirlis jumps off sides. It looks like he jumps off sides, but what they ruled was the offense was off sides. So when the offense has a penalty at the end of the game, they don't get another chance. The play's over.
Yeah, that was the official ruling, that when there's an offensive penalty on the final play of a half or a game, the play is negated. It's no play. So the play which put 3 points up was ruled no play. And Sam Weich, as you point out, Ahmad, had to be told about that in the locker room. He'd left the field.
I bet you they probably interrupted his halftime speech. But the thing is about Sam Weich, he doesn't call a lot of timeouts because he doesn't want to give Buffalo a chance to bring in some extra players to try to stop his next play. The thing is, they try to stay near that line of scrimmage and keep Buffalo's only 11 guys right there on the field. That's what he considers a mismatch.
Time ran out on that play because it was an unusually long play. Esiason scrambling, then the interception by Odoms, and he ran it back 24 yards. So the whole play took about 18 seconds to develop and conclude.
I think that's what really threw them off, because they had a lot of time to get 2 or 3 plays off, but because of the length of that play, that's the reason why they weren't able to save that clock.
First half numbers, the Bills were held to 180 yards total offense against Cincinnati in that AFC Championship game. Last January 8th, today they've just outgained the Bengals in the first half. The Cincinnati Bengals coming out in the second quarter. Turnovers have been costly. You'll recall the first interception of Boomer Esiason. The second was negated. The Bills had a fumble by the former Bengal Kennebrew. Game very even, 8 first downs apiece. Paul Brown, I had a chance to talk to him, the general manager of the Cincinnati Bengals, at halftime, Ahmad. I said, have you ever seen anything like that? That change of events in the second, at the end of the second quarter. He goes, no. Then he looked at me and I said, what do you think? What do you make of it all? He goes, home cooking.
It's surprising that Paul Brown has not seen that as long as he's been around the league. And there you see Sam White's trying to get a better explanation of what happened.
The Bengals are in deep trouble if they don't win this game from a playoff standpoint. White has predicted they'll win the division. He expects them to go on a 5-game winning streak. But if they come out of this 6-6 heading into Cleveland, their chances are not good.
He challenged his team last week, called them a bunch of quitters, and they responded. I imagine he probably challenged them at halftime, whereas Marv Levy probably went in and just said, keep it up, boys, keep doing the same thing.
Well, Marv challenged his team, too, as you know, Ahmad, during the week, said they've not been practicing hard, haven't been focusing on the assignment at hand. The Bills are loaded with talent. Everybody predicted they'd go to the Super Bowl, but they've been an inconsistent team. They win big games here at Rich Stadium, and they lose to losing teams on the road. Their last 2 defeats to Atlanta and to New England, 2 under 500 teams. But Bill Polian, the general manager, told us before the game about, he said, if we're not ready to play a big game, we're never going to be. This team is really up.
That's exactly right. You should have no problem focusing against a team like Cincinnati, because if you're going to have a chance at playing in the Super Bowl, you must beat teams like this. As they start to play that music from Jaws, these fans here get involved. They got a good 12th man here in Buffalo.
Yeah, they have a good time.
There's Jaws.
They got Buffalo's eating tigers up in the stands. Jennings is back deep with Ira Hillary. The Bengals will be working with the wind at their back to open the third quarter. This is Stanford Jennings breaking across the 30-yard line. He goes out to the 33-yard line. Mueller was on the tackle for Buffalo. A reminder to our viewers that we'll be selecting the Budweiser Most Valuable Player for today's game at the conclusion of the game. A wild first half. The Bills' defensive coordinator, Walt Corey, has a number of axioms that a team must uphold to win defensively. Number 1 is to keep the opposition to 19 points or less. That's number 1. Number 2 is to keep the opposition to 300 total yards or less. And number 3, to keep under a 100-yard rusher. Don't let anybody break for 100. As James Brooks, who could do that today, takes it ahead and gets to the 35-yard line. Ray Bentley, number 50, ran him out of bounds.
Oh, Bud Grant used to have a nice axiom. His was score more points than the other team.
That's usually the best one.
Yep, no matter what they score 1 more. James Brooks here trying to turn the corner. Montoya out with a nice block. Brooks just gets as much as he can, then steps out of bounds. Talking about holding a player under 100 yards, I have a tough time trying to hold this guy down, who has a workout regimen that would make Arnold Schwarzenegger faint.
They're saying after the 2-a-days in summer camp, he goes home and runs hills. James Brooks runs the Buffalo defense back. Plus yardage. Buffalo has the ball, though, as Brooks loses it. A second fumble by James Brooks. And the Bills take over on the plus side of the field for their offense at the Cincinnati 44-yard line. Mark Kelso appeared to come up with the ball.
Brooks arguing that he was down before he fumbled it, but not able to convince the referee.
There were a lot of hard words at halftime, Ahmad. Polian, the Bills general manager, was hollering at the replay official that his team should be allowed to substitute when Cincinnati does. I don't know what play was in question. And then Paul Brown, his counterpart, general manager of the Bengals, was absolutely furious. And I'm sure James Brooks is now his failing to hold the ball. Thurman Thomas heads into the Bengal defense and takes it on a first down carry ahead for 4 yards to the 39-yard line. Skip McClendon makes the stop. As some Bill defenders talk it over.
Kelso recovered. He's back and ready to go. Mark Kelso from William and Mary, the tribe down there at William and Mary, or as the women say, what'd you say, Mary and William?
Yeah, they wear sweatshirts, Mary and William. Also a free agent who has delivered very nicely for the Bills. Now the Buffalo offense on the field. Bills in the lead 10-0 so far, shutting out Cincinnati. In a Bruin motion. He leads the blocking, but there's nowhere to go. Thurman Thomas runs, and veteran Reggie Williams, 57, shoots the gap and makes the low hard hit to knock him down.
Reggie Williams telling us that the way you stop him, you got to attack the offense. Don't sit up and let the blocks come to you. And that's the main reason why he stops this play. If you watch number 57, Reggie Williams, he just keeps coming in and gives Thurman Thomas no place else to run. Reggie Williams, a councilman in Cincinnati.
Councilman. Now Kelly sets up in the shotgun. 3rd down and 8 for Buffalo. Throwing into the wind. He gets time. He makes the connection to Ronnie Harmon, who's on the run. Inside the 10. He's going in. Harmon with a touchdown for the Bills. 42 yards.
Jim Kelly hung on to this ball, waited for Ronnie Harmon to clear, delivered the ball. Harmon caught the ball, and then the rest was all Ronnie Harmon as he just accelerated through the Cincinnati defense to score on a 42-yard play.
A 42-yarder. It was Harmon's 3rd touchdown of the season, and now Norwood's on the field. As his holder, John Kidd, did a big job fielding an errant snap and getting it down. The extra point is good. And the Bills have taken command of the Bengals, 17-0. Buffalo kicks off in a moment.
Can't stand this heat. Do you have something cold, like a beer?
Clean, fresh taste of Bud Light for those that don't take their light beer lightly. Sorry.
The designers of the Ford Festiva gave it more interior room than this Toyota Tercel. If you find this fact somewhat less than riveting, perhaps you would be more interested to learn that the Ford Festiva also has more interior room than this BMW 635 CSI. Ford Festiva. At just $63.19, you'll really be surprised when you drive it.
See your dealer now for low financing or special savings on 1990 Ford Festiva.
This isn't an ad for diapers. This is an ad for Zenith's astonishingly automatic, high-resolution VHS camcorder. When you have a Zenith camcorder like this, babies will play a leading role. Zenith, quality.
Tell you that.
Ronnie Harmon, number 33 right here, is getting man-to-man right here on Eric Thomas. He's going to run a route here, spin it back inside, catch the ball, and then just take off running. Watch him take him. He turns him to the outside, then spins it back around. The ball is right there on target. Now Ronnie Harmon turns on the speed and just runs through the back end of Cincinnati's defense. A big play. And when you have a football team that's on the move, you get stars that come up from anywhere. Ronnie Harmon's a star today.
I'll tell you, that 360 move's a move you'd have been proud of, would you?
That was a little jeté move there. Terre jeté.
A big hit. And a 17-0 lead for the Bills, coming after a Cincinnati turnover. Bills have scored 10 points off Bengal turnovers. Norwood kicks off into the wind, and Stanford Jennings, positioned at the 20, will run it back across the 30 and run out of bounds at the 31-yard line as the Bills come and knocking on special teams. Tim Cofield, number 90, was down on one play. Mark Pike also on the stop.
Jim Kelly showing patience. He's looking at Ronnie Harmon the entire way and then just drills his ball right in there. Fine catch with his hands by Harmon, and now he just turns on the afterburners.
Kelly with some impressive passing numbers. He hasn't thrown a lot of mud.
Yeah, 6 for 9, 96 yards, and 2 touchdowns. Ronnie Harmon just catching that last one.
Andre Reed caught a 19-yarder in the second quarter. So Esiason has to start firing now. He has the wind at his back. He won't in the fourth quarter. He'll be working into it. They'd have to get points now if they're going to make the big hits. Here comes Smith. Brooks picks him up. Esiason, strong of arm, triggered it a bit high for tight end Jim Riggs, number 87.
Bruce Smith was so fast off the ball that last play. I thought he was offsides. I mean, he was.
It's unbelievable.
He must know the snap count.
James Brooks at 182 pounds stood in there and took the brunt of him. Watch this.
Bruce Smith getting a nice start. James Brooks helping on the play. He had to, because Munoz, he was history.
Beaten Munoz. Now it's 2nd down and 10 coming up for Cincinnati. From the 31-yard line, Brooks finds the going tough. He does get 3 out to the 34-yard line. Red Smerlas, the nose tackle. 76 was the tackler for Buffalo. Still Smerlas and Smith across the defensive front. Radisic, Bailey, Bentley, and Talley backing the line. Conlon in. Bailey's been in briefly. Conlon's had some big plays. The biggest he's had, of course, was the interception that led to the first 3 points of the game.
Eddie Brown had a little problem with his right leg as he jogs off the field, then starts to limping once he gets off of it.
3rd down and 6. Cincinnati, and Boomer Esiason says, I can't hear.
Well, what Cincinnati wants to do, they realize, and Sam White was telling us this yesterday, that defensive front line of Art Steele, Smerlas, and Bruce Smith, they figure they got a little age, and we can make them play a lot. We got an advantage.
That was an official Cincinnati timeout.
Anybody who knows anything about four-wheel drive can tell you about Ford's Touch Drive. It's the standard system on this Ford Ranger, and it lets you go in and out of four-wheel drive on the fly just by pushing a button on the dash.
Ford Ranger, #1 for all the right reasons.
So why mess around with some clumsy floor-mounted shift when you can just push a button?
The best-built American trucks are built Ford tough.
Some people see shaving as something you do for 3 minutes a day. At Braun, we see it as something you do for a lifetime. And we think you should make the best of it. The Braun Shaver, with its 3 shaving positions. Designed for those who choose to make a virtue out of necessity. Braun, the world's #1 selling foil shaver.
There were a few proud men of adventure, men of courage, men who knew the meaning of honor. There still are, the Marines. We're looking for a few good men.
NBC sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by Bud Light. Everything else is just a light. By Zenith, the quality goes in before the name goes on. And by Ford and your Ford dealer. Have you driven a Ford lately?
Sam White and his Bengals under the gun now. 3rd down and 6 comes up from the 35-yard line of Cincinnati. 3rd quarter, and the Bengals trail the Bills 17-0. Running out of time, gets it away, but not close to Tim McGee, his intended receiver, as again the Buffalo pass rush heating up, keeps the heat on Boomer. Steelers coming back from 14 points down to take the lead on the Dolphins. Kansas City in command of the Oilers at halftime, a game of great importance to the Browns and the Bengals. The Jets, a team on the ropes, vilified in the New York press, beating the Falcons. Mickey Sutton is back deep now as Bengals have to punt the ball. Lee Johnson hits it with the wind at his back, not that deep. It does take a big Bengal bounce. Sutton picks it up back at his 6. And the Bills have the long field to go. They ruled that Sutton was down. He lost the ball, but they say the ground apparently caused the fumble, and a Bill had it. Chris Hale. 59-yard punt with that big hop. And the wind.
During that last time out, Sam White called his entire offensive team over to the sideline, and I guarantee you he was calling more than a play when he got all those guys together. The big roar you hear at this stadium was they just stuck up a Pittsburgh 17, Miami 14, and everybody here went wild. So now you can see over in the right-hand top of your screen, that's the entire Cincinnati offense over there during the timeout. Usually they just call the captain over, but I guess if it's something that he wants everybody to hear, he brings them all over to him.
Right. Hey, he's an innovator. In the rule book, he'll find a way. Thurman Thomas has struck hard as he tries the right side of the Bengal defense. Joe Kelly, a linebacker from the University of Washington, a #1 draft choice in '86. Number 58, shot the gap and made the strike.
He is the fastest linebacker on this team, and he was really quick in pursuit right there and got a nice shot on Thurman Thomas to close the hole.
They seem to think, Lamont, as they were saying it was yesterday, Leon White has been their best linebacker, left outside, 51.
Watch Joe Kelly shoot this gap here. Comes off a block and gets right back in there and stuffs Thurman Thomas.
2nd down and 8 for the Bills. They go to Kennebrew. 2 arms on the ball. Big guy can move the pile as he takes it out to the 15-yard line. And that will bring up 3rd down and 5. Crumry led the tacklers, number 69. Getting back into form. Still can't go sideline to sideline like he could before the leg fracture.
No, they say he's getting better every week, and he's a long ways away from being back to the nose tackle he was before this injury, but at least he's out there chopping away at it right now. But it's amazing to watch Kennebrew go into the middle of a pile, then all of a sudden the pile looks like it has wheels on it. It starts rolling back the other way.
Down and 5. To the run they go. Ronnie Harmon weaving his way gets out to the 26-yard line. It's a 1st down for the Bills, so they get out of jail after starting this drive deep in their own end.
Every week you need a big play from somebody. Ronnie Harmon has had 2 or 3 big plays already today. That is the mark of a great football team, when people step up and play. Ronnie Harmon here following his blocking very well, breaks to the outside, gets by Fulcher, and then just powers and driving and hucking and bucking and getting that 1st down.
Harmon making that sensational reception, a spin move, then the catch, completing a 42-yard touchdown play. The Bills extend their lead to 17-0 in the 3rd quarter. Again, they go to Kennebrew. Not much there as the Bengal defenders shut him down. McClendon, Crumry, and Buck across the defensive front. David Fulcher, the strong safety, 33, was in on the stop along with 72. McClendon. Fulcher last year in the Super Bowl played at 244. One of the starting defensive ends, Jim Scow, played at 238. He was bigger than a down lineman.
And he hits bigger than down linemen, too. He's got the speed to go along with that size.
Wrecking ball. 2nd down and 8 for Kelly and the Bills. Thurman Thomas weaves his way for a bit, maybe 2 yards. He's out to the 32-yard line. Gain of about 3 where they spot the ball. 99 Jason Buck, the 1st tackler.
When I talk about Thurman Thomas having great sight, if you watch him coming down the line of scrimmage, he's trying to find a spot to pick a hole. Thurman Thomas, number 34, takes a hand up. Now watch him. See, he's kind of stutter-stepping, trying to find a little crack, and he's always able to get positive yardage. There he's tackled by the entire Cincinnati defensive team, which is not a good sign.
Shotgun. 3rd down and 5. Kelly stands in and makes the connection to Flipper Johnson, and let's see where they spot the ball. He's going to be short of the 1st down. Bills have to punt it, and they'll have to hit it into the wind.
Gain of 3, it's 4th and 2.
Clock running, 8 minutes and 14 seconds to play in the 3rd quarter. Buffalo, a 10-0 halftime leader, now leading the game 17-0 over a team that beat the Bills soundly twice last season, once in regular season play and once in the AFC Championship game last January.
The two biggest games of Buffalo's season last year, they lost to the Cincinnati Bengals, and evidently that has been something they've thought about all week. That's why they've been focused.
Marv Lee said our first loss took away the home field for the title game. The second loss took us out of the playoffs. Well hit ball into the wind. Ira Hillary is forced into a fair catch. Best punt of the day. John Kidd kicking into that strong wind gets it downfield to the Bengal 26-yard line. A 40-yard punt.
First and 10 from the 27.
So 7:38 remains on the third quarter clock, and still the high-scoring Bengals without a point.
Winning. It's something you can see in the sheet metal, feel in the corners. It's the result of a total design commitment. It's also the result of producing the best-built American cars. And the end result is what you've made us, America's best-selling cars, again this year. Ford, winning across America, winning the world over.
Winning the world over. Have you driven a Ford lately? Yeah, I'm southbound mama. Yeah, coming home to you. Oh, southbound mama. Oh, that's where I'm going to. Heading for the mountains. I'm just looking for a bush.
Every year, it gets harder to keep the guys' hands off their gifts. That's because I always give them good-looking isotoner gloves. So I'm hiding them in my locker. Now they won't be grabbing these comfortable, great-fitting gloves. So take care of the hands that take care of you. But take care where you put the isotoner gloves. And now, Isotoner fans, there's a present for your feet. Isotoner's introducing slippers and socks for men. Catch them at fine stores everywhere.
Golf's fabulous foursome, Jack Nicklaus, Curtis Grange, Ray Floyd, and Lee Trevino play the Skins Game today on NBC.
This game, a matchup of the two top passers in the American Conference, but so far today in the wind on his home field, it has been Jim Kelly's day. He has completed 7 of 10 for 99 yards and 2 touchdowns. He's not been intercepted. Boomer having a tough day, 6 of 16 for only 50 yards.
He's having a tough day, but Bengal offense and Boomer Esiason is the type of offense that could explode at any minute. And I think that Buffalo understands this, and they have to keep playing as well and better as they have in the first half in order to get out of here with a W.
That's the truth. He can explode at any time, and he's looking to now, but Bruce Smith will hurry up. Running of Boomer Esiason as he bails out wisely, but did get ahead for plus yardage out to the 32-yard line, a gain of about 5. But that's not where they want Boomer getting his yards. They want him hitting throws downfield.
In order for him to get the next play, he was right next to the coach when he finished. Bruce Smith, he is just a force. They came in here talking about we're going to run right at Bruce Smith. I don't know if that was a good idea, because he has been a force in this entire game.
This game is going to be the turning point of the Bills' season. If they continue to play like this and win it, they're going to win the division. If they should lose it, I don't think they'll make the playoffs. I think they turn their season here. Here's a free ball in the air. Boomer slaps it away. He doesn't want it. A lot of big guys playing volleyball, and not very well.
No.
The Bills finally realized that they can't win with reputation and showing up against lesser opponents, losing to Atlanta and New England. And they're really looking like the Super Bowl contender they were expected to be.
Boomer looking downfield, trying to find somebody, tries to throw it over the middle. The ball's knocked up in the air, and Boomer just tries to knock it down again. And you notice those defensive linemen, they never get a chance to touch the ball, so they don't know what to do with it. It bounced twice, and they still tried to catch it.
Down and 4 for the run, and James Brooks finds a way again, weaving into the right side of the Bills defense. He hits to the 44-yard line. James Brooks over 1,000 yards for the season, rushing the ball. What a trade. 1984. They sent an oversized, overweight fullback, Pete Johnson, to the Chargers for James Brooks, who might be running his way into the Hall of Fame. This is his 9th year from Auburn.
James Brooks saying that the reason that he is so strong and his stamina is so strong is because he worked out with Charlie Joyner. Said he spent one offseason with Charlie Joyner. From that offseason, he realized if he stayed in that kind of shape, he could play forever.
Reverse, the fastest Bengal, Tim McGee, turning upfield. He's across the 50 and out of bounds at a first down mark. He's down to the 46-yard line of the Bills, and he stops the clock. The scoreboard telling an interesting story today, Ahmad.
The lead blocker on that play, Boomer Esiason, made a nice block on Nate Odoms.
Pittsburgh beating Miami. Pittsburgh scoring 24 unanswered points. Kansas City still up 20-0 on the Oilers. Chargers and the Colts at 3-3. Green Bay up by a point on the Vikings in a most important game. The crowd starts up. 80,000 backing the Bills as Esiason stands in. Here comes Smith. Esiason with the throw. He's not close. Last week, Boomer was never better. This week, he can't hit his men. 30 of 39 last week.
Now, this is the reverse here. Watch McGee. Now, watch out front, number 7. See number 82, Holman, making a nice block. But here comes number 7, old Boomer. Watch him. Get that head out there. Put that arm on him. Look at Boomer. He's blocking him all out of bounds.
About 6'5", 225. The executive producer of NBC Sports is Terry O'Neill. The producer of today's game, Terry Ewert. The director, Ted Nathanson. We have 6:31 to go, third quarter. They need a big play, and they start to get one again from James Brooks at 182 pounds, bouncing off tacklers and threading his way ahead to the 35-yard line of the Bills.
James Brooks is one of those players you can't worry about him fumbling the ball. You just got to keep giving it to him, because more times than not, he's going to break something. You watch Brooks hit this hole going full speed, and watch this little spin move. That's why he's so tough to tackle. He spins right away from one defender and then powers through a couple more. That was a 10-yard gain, 16 carries for 100 yards for Brooks. As they measure it, Sam White thinking about the next 25 plays. He doesn't think one play ahead.
He needed 81 to get to 1,000. Now he's up to over 1,000 for the season and up to 100 for the day. You cannot, and we've done it a number of times, underestimate the force of this wind, and it picks up the later in the day it gets in this part of western New York.
The toughest throw is to throw it across field. The wind just blows the ball away.
The Bengals have the wind advantage in this quarter. They've got to make something happen. McGee makes a catch, but not for many yards. He dives ahead, though, and gets about a 4-yard gain. He'll spot it at the 30. They'll give him a 6-yard gain where he got the ball down as Kirby Jackson Leonard Smith made the stop for the Bills. Tim McGee with that sensational game a week ago, 11 catches for 194 yards.
And watching that footage of that game, it looked like Boomer Esiason was just throwing darts.
Well, the Lions couldn't do anything. He threaded them. Took them apart. Laser accuracy. Penalty marker goes down as they go again to their money back. James Brooks, who's down to the 25-yard line.
Stanford Jennings appeared as if he moved and was not set before the ball was snapped. Number 36, he lined up as a halfback and then tried to move up closer to the line of scrimmage, and the ball was snapped in the process.
Bills might have done a good job defending Sam White's tight end, Rodney Holman.
Motion, offensive backfield, still second down.
Holman with just 1 catch for 11 yards. He came in leading the NFL in touchdowns for tight ends with 6 and leading the AFC tight ends with 36 receptions.
There's Stanford Jennings, number 36. Watch him try to get set. He doesn't get set as the ball snapped, and that was the penalty. And talking about Holman, they just haven't been able to get their passing attack going.
They're going to look to hit deep pretty soon. Could come now on 2nd and 10. Quick out, goes to McGee. He gets out of bounds at the 30, so they keep that clock stopped. Used up just 6 seconds. 5 minutes to go in the third quarter. But when the third quarter runs out, so does the wind advantage that Cincinnati has right now.
Boomer Esiason, the perfect quarterback, always under control. He's a throwback to the point where he reads every single defense. He knows the plays to go to. He is a force anytime he's in that game.
He's thrown for 18 touchdowns this season. 6 interceptions. Looked like James Brooks tripped on the 35-yard line. I've seen guys trip on the foul line, but
either that or he got caught up in Boomer's feet. It looked like just as he took the handoff, looked like he might have tripped over Boomer's foot. See Boomer here rolling out to his right. Up, he gets caught on Boomer's foot. Which trips him down.
Fourth down comes up for the Bengals, and so they have to go for it. Down 17-0. 4:20 to play, third quarter. They need 6. Brooks swings out. Esiason takes a look, makes a throw, and a connection to Tim McGee. The Bengals have a first down all the way down to the 10-yard line of Buffalo. Leonard Smith ran Tim McGee out, but one of those vaunted Cincinnati passing quadrants catches the Bills off guard.
The Bengals have to go for this because they don't want to give the ball back to Buffalo that has their running game going, that they can control the clock. Esiason just hits McGee with a crossing pattern, and McGee takes it down almost to the 10-yard line. 21-yard reception.
First and 10 at the 11. In the grass, throws the ball up, throws it away. There's a penalty marker down at the line of scrimmage. Brooks and Shane Conlon exchanging words.
Bruce Smith doesn't do his dance anymore. He just walks. After that sack, he got up and just took a long walk back.
Bengals think it's against the Bills. Unless Red Cashin does.
And that's the only person that counts. I told Bruce Smith, I said, Bruce, you know, you're going against Munoz. You guys are, both of you guys are supposed to be the best in the business. He said, keep that camera on me because I'm going to do something good.
Sam White, a man who predicted his team was going to win the AFC Central. Personal foul signaled against Buffalo. Coach Levy has a credo, don't be dumb, don't be dirty.
Well, James Brooks said he likes to get those guys going. He said, I keep all those guys fired up, and then they try to hurt me. They try to hit me extra and everything, and that's when I can slip by them. So he's a very feisty player. Tough as nails.
Unnecessary roughness. Number 58 on the defense. Half the distance to the goal. First down.
Shane Conlon, that's probably why James Brooks was exchanging words with him.
Marv Levy does not like those kind of penalties, but he has to like the way that Shane Conlon's been playing up at this point. This is at the end now. You see Shane Conlon with a little, well, a big push.
Marker was on the field before he pushed him, though.
And the referee anticipated the push.
First and goal for the Bengals, who trail 17-0, third quarter. Stanford Jennings takes it close and takes it in. So the Bengals are finally on the board with 3:55 to play in the third quarter. It's a 17-6 game on a 5-yard touchdown run by Stanford Jennings.
Stanford Jennings, and look at Sam White trying to rally his team around. You'll see Stanford Jennings here with the old second effort. He gets stopped right here on about the 4-yard line, keeps his legs going, keeps driving, and ends up in the end zone. Another look. Stanford Jennings, watch him get stopped right here. Keeps those legs going, keeps driving, and gets in the end zone.
This game is critical to the Bengals. They have to head into Cleveland next Sunday to play the Browns, who will be in ill humor after losing to Detroit. Cleveland with 10 days to get ready for it. Jim Breach hits the point after, and it's now a Buffalo lead by a 10-point margin, 17-7.
Do you know what Magnavox has done to CD technology? They invented it. Sure, but you know what they did now? They made it sound great. Tom's right. Magnavox compact disc players have been top-rated for flawless sound. I know that. But now, they have a 6-disc changer that lets you play up to 7 hours of uninterrupted music. I know that, too. And you could program it to play the songs you want in the order you want. I already knew that. So why don't you tell me? Because it's fun being smarter than you.
Magnavox. Smart choice. Very smart.
Imagine a world beneath the sea with an enchanted McDonald's of pure fantasy, where the Little Mermaid's friend Sebastian and Flounder the fish come to life to grant your holiday wish.
Buy a $5 book of McDonald's gift certificates and get a free plush ornament, either Flounder
That's me.
or Sebastian.
I always knew I'd be famous.
From the all-new Disney animated feature, The Little Mermaid, now in theaters everywhere.
So come to McDonald's, hurry along, like a true fantasy. It's here then, score. Your holiday place, McDonald's.
Soldier Field, Chicago. Over 300 dead batteries and 1 die-hard battery. Our most powerful ever jump-starts every one. Die-hard. More power when you need it most.
Hey, nobody beats Midas, especially for foreign car brakes and mufflers. He came here because our price was a lot better than his car dealers, and because of our Midas guarantee. Nobody beats Midas. Nobody.
It's a holiday special for the entire family.
With Brian Boitano,
Debbie Thomas,
Scott Hamilton,
Dorothy Hamill,
and Kitty and Peter Carruthers.
Relive the magic of the World Professional Figure Skating Championships.
Only on NBC Sports World.
The numbers 17-7. Buffalo in the lead after the touchdown run by the Bengals gets them on the board. Sam Wyche and his Bengals under the gun, though. The last time they played Buffalo in the AFC Championship game, they had 73 offensive plays and they ran the ball 50 times. Dominated the game in time of possession, controlling it with the run. It's not been the case today. Kelly has been far more effective than Esiason throwing in the wind. Don Beebe, the fastest Bill, takes off, sprints ahead. He's across the 20, breaks into open field for the moment, and gets to the 32-yard line. An interesting story unfolding at Miami, where the Steelers, after losing 14-0 early in the game, have come back to take a 13-point lead on the Dolphins, 27-14.
There are no easy tickets. Everybody likes to say Miami's got an easy schedule. There's no such thing at this point in the season. Teams that haven't won it all, I mean, it's their last chance.
Hey, all these guys make a lot of money and they want to keep their jobs.
That's true.
Not like college ball, where a 2-9 team plays a 9-2. The 2-9 has no chance. In this league, everybody has a chance every week. Thurman Thomas runs the ball out to the 34-yard line, where Fulcher upends him.
Sam Wyche trying to get his team back in this football game, has them all sitting down in front of him.
Jim McNally is offensive line coach on the left, who's a native of Kenmore, New York, played at the University of Buffalo and coached there when Buddy Ryan was a coach.
Sam Wyche is the type of coach that wants to make sure that everybody knows what they're going to do, not just the quarterback.
Kelly with 2nd down and 7. Gives to Thurman Thomas. Nothing there but a load of Bengals, who all come a-hitting on Thurman Thomas and knock him down to the 34-yard line. No gain. 3rd down and 7.
These Bills have to maintain some offensive consistency. And the way they're trying to do it is by handing that ball up to Thurman Thomas. Cincinnati realized in order for them to get back in the game, they got to just stop Buffalo right now. They need the ball.
Thurman Thomas, second to Mike Rozier, as the all-time Big 8 rusher. Thomas would have eclipsed Rozier's mark had he not missed those games as a junior because of the knee injury. Kelly from the shotgun. He needs 7 on the throw. He gets it. Oh, a drop ball by Thurman Thomas. And the Bills will have to punt into the wind with 2:15 to go in the 3rd quarter. Miami Losing today to the Pittsburgh Steelers, 27-14. Buffalo started the day in a tie with the Dolphins at 7-4 for the lead in the AFC East.
There's a lot of traffic over the middle of that field. Thurman Thomas trying to come underneath the defense, and just as Kelly threw the ball to him, there was a referee in the middle. It got out of the way. The ball shot right by him, and he wasn't able to react.
The flag is straight out. Kidd hits a punt downfield that it is taken at the 39-yard line. And so Esiason and the Bengal offense will have 2:07 to work with when they still have the wind advantage. 26-yard punt.
Now here's Thurman Thomas coming across the middle of your screen. See the referee right in the front? It sort of blocked his view from the quarterback, and then just as he got past the referee, the ball popped right on him. And Kelly, a little bit disappointed by that.
Bengals go into alignment without a huddle. First down and 10. They trail 17-7 late in the third quarter. Brooks. Smith gets him. A gain of just 1 yard.
Bruce Smith with the tackle.
The thing about this Cincinnati team is they stick with what they think they can do best. They thought they were going to be able to run at Bruce Smith, and they've continued to try to run at Bruce Smith. Bruce Smith has said, I came prepared to play, so bring it at me.
Their game plan, as we know about, Sam White told us, was to run at Bruce Smith. Now they're starting to run the other way because he's dominating play.
They're moving Bruce Smith around, the Bills are. Now he's playing right over the center.
A nightmare coming at Esiason again, but Esiason makes the throw. And the completion to Ira Hillary. Moving in quickly to make the tackle, Shane Conlon.
They put Bruce Smith right over the middle of the center, and that causes a little bit of a problem on Brian Blados, who has a bad ankle. You see Bruce Smith just trying to power up the middle. Art Steele doing a fine job on Joe Walter.
Esiason wants to go deep. He's going to have to start doing it now. We're inside a minute to play in the third quarter. 30-mile-an-hour wind at his back. Brooks didn't get there.
But you know who did get there? Bruce Smith.
Bruce Smith, the #1 draft choice in the entire NFL in 1985 out of Virginia Tech, now in his 5th year. You saw that leap he made over a blocker earlier in the game. He was a first-team All-State basketball player in Virginia.
He is simply a great football player that can do it all. I think a few years ago, you got guys that came out of college that were strictly pass rushers. The Gastineaus, that all they did was rush the passer. There are very few guys that could do everything. Bruce Smith is one of them.
Hunt downfield to Sutton. And Sutton protecting the ball, gets to the 27-yard line, and there the Bills will go 1st and 10. 5 seconds to play in the third quarter, and Buffalo in the lead by 10 points.
Bruce Smith showing now he's playing the run all the way right here. He just olays the blocker in front of him, then just comes in and makes a tackle. I'd have to say that he is winning this battle in the trenches with Anthony Munoz at this point. He's just so quick. Anthony said in order to be effective against him, you got to get into him and then try to use your strength to control him. But what he does so well is that he recoils off the first hit, and then he's got some room to move.
He really does influence every play, run or pass. 5 seconds to go in the third quarter. The Bills use the run. Thomas stopped by McClendon. That'll do it for 3 quarters of play, and now the field position changes, and so does the wind advantage. Buffalo has it the rest of the way, leading 17-7.
It's a Radio Shack Merry Christmas.
And now you can save $300 on either of our 2 most powerful Tandy 1000 PC-compatible computers. They're easy to use for your whole family, yet powerful enough for business. Discover the easy-to-use desk-mate difference, where the same simple graphics guide you through word processing, spreadsheets, and more. Take advantage of the savings on 2 great Tandy 1000 computers from $5.99, only at Radio Shack, the technology store.
full of simple pleasures. Like the comfort of Levi's jeans. Or had you forgotten?
The Black & Decker Air Station. It has all the pressure you need to inflate anything. Fast. The Black & Decker Air Station. Always at your service.
United Airlines. From the ground up, rededicated to giving you the service you deserve. Come fly the friendly skies.
NBC Sports serves your need to know all week long. Dial 1-900-454-3500 for NBC Scores Plus. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, anywhere in the USA.
In 1983, the Bills beat the Bengals with a goal line stand. Charles Alexander carries on 4th down. The Bills make the stop short of the goal line, and they came away with a victory that day. But in the years since, Cincinnati has dominated play. Sam Weitz's team last season beat the Bills 35-21 in the regular season, and then 21-10 in the AFC Championship game. Jim Kelly with 2nd down and 8 coming out. His team in the lead 17-7. A lofted throw, and it's too high for Kinnebrew and very nearly picked off by Eric Thomas, who was running up on the ball, the right side corner. That could have gone the other way.
They really could have. They cannot afford to start playing it close to the vest here. They've got to keep trying to do something positive, try to put some more points on the board. Marv Levy, I'm sure, is aware of that. You see Crumry here, and the thing that Crumry has not gained back is his lateral speed. He doesn't go left to right as well as he used to.
Let's see what Kelly goes to on 3rd down and 8. Blitz, throw, catch is made at the 40-yard line for a 1st down by the rookie Don Beebe as Kelly grasps his left knee getting up. Reggie Williams came on a blitz, but Kelly made the throw under pressure, good for an 11-yard gain.
Lewis Phillips, number 24, was also there. Reggie Williams just pounds him into the ground. He holds it. That's something that Jim Kelly does as well as anybody. He holds his ball to the last minute, allowing his receiver to get open. Just as he lets it go, Reggie Williams just lets the hammer down on him, and Kelly, being the tough linebacker-type quarterback that he is, jumps back up.
So the Bills get 4 new downs. A lot of time to go. We're in the 1st minute of the 4th quarter. End around. On the fly is Andre Reed running in open field. He puts a move and loses Eric Thomas. Puts on another one and loses Fulcher and gets all the way down to the 36-yard line of the Bengals. Leon White finally ran him down, but it was a 23-yard gain.
Andre Reed, the guy that stopped this play from going all the way, was number 22, Eric Thomas. You'll see Andre Reed just come back around, takes the handoff. Now he's got a wide open field. As he breaks out into the open, number 22 is going to shoot into your screen. He makes Andre Reed slow down to make this move, and at that point, everybody else can catch up with him.
So the Bills drive on, leading 17-7. Here's Thurman Thomas breaking the defense. The Bengals might have forced a fumble. The Bills appear to have it, though, at the 32. The Achilles heel of the Cincinnati team, its inability to stop the run. They're 27th, second from last in the NFL against defending the run, allowing 4.7 to carry to the opposition this season.
Thurman Thomas, just as I mentioned earlier, explodes through the hole. Fulcher able to get a hand on that ball. It's loose. It's on the ground. Thurman Thomas makes a good move to jump up and get back on it.
Thurman working hard today, Ahmad. Over 100 total yards.
22 carries, 75 yards, and 3 catches for 30 yards.
Andre Reed has got a touchdown pass. Flank to the lower right portion of your screen as they go to Kinnebrew on the run. Boom goes Kinnebrew down to the 26-yard line. Looks like a 1st down.
That's what Buffalo does so well. Once they get a team on the ropes, they have that running attack that can just pound and pound at you, where they can get 1 first down after the other. Now, if this fella, Thomas, is hurt and can't return, the Bills are in a lot of trouble. But it looks like he just kind of dinged his shoulder a little bit.
You've got Ronnie Harmon, they have another good back, Kenneth Davis, former Green Bay Packer, and Davis is on the field now. He's the deep back in the set. It is to Kennebrew. He fumbled once, protecting the ball, so it was not to do it again. He's ahead on a first down carry to the 22-yard line. Reggie Williams, making a lot of stops, was the first tackler. Joe Kelly also on the play.
And here comes Thurman Thomas back in. I'm sure that everybody is delighted by that. Just looked like he took a little shot on his shoulder. A lot of times you get a little ding that hurts for a couple of minutes, and it goes away and then returns the next morning.
Kelly having a big day. He did not have one last week against New England. Has come under fire from the fans. He's really been sharp. Running out of trouble, and Jim Kelly heading as fast as he can for the sidelines. And takes it out of bounds inside the 10-yard line. It'll be first down and goal. Pittsburgh has scored again. It's blowing out Miami now. Pittsburgh beating Miami 34-14 after the Dolphins led in the first quarter 14-0.
Jim Kelly with a fine. See, you don't have to make all the moves with your feet. Jim Kelly with his arm just stops David Fulcher. Watch as he starts to run. A little fake that makes Fulcher jump up. Now Kelly takes off running around the end. We said that he leads by a force. He's got a force. This guy's like a linebacker. He'll take some blows.
He was, of course, recruited to play linebacker by Joe Paterno at Penn State. That's why he went to Miami. They used him as a quarterback. Thomas heading down close, but not in. He's down to the 2-yard line. Thurman Thomas runs. Eric Thomas saved a touchdown hit, but for the moment.
Eric Thomas getting a lot of action because these running backs are putting a lot of pressure. Now, Buffalo, they always go left. Yes, they do. Here's the reason why. They got Big Kennebrew out there leading the blocking. Thurman Thomas, anytime that he has less than 3 people out in front to make the tackle, you never know if he's going to break it and go all the way.
Now the Bills go with their power set. 2 fullbacks in the game. 265-pound Larry Kennebrew. 230-pound Jamie Mueller is the up back, and Kelly, wanting to make sure all goes well in this critical play, calls a timeout. 10:59 to play in the game. With the Bills in the lead, 17-7. We'll be right back after these messages from your local station.
Knockout those stadium hungries with a delicious ingredient.
How far would Ann Jillian go to get Tim Matheson?
I need the biggest school you've got.
It's $1,500 per night.
We only need an hour.
Get them in their Little White Lies Monday.
Well, I know Geo Prism is the best of Japanese and Chevrolet engineering. Has front-wheel drive and 4-wheel disc brakes. I know the 16-valve engine really gets me around town. I know the Prism's warranty covers everything for 3 years or 50,000 miles. And if you own an import, you can get up to $1,400 back. And they say women don't know cars.
See the Geo Prism at your good neighbor Chevrolet Geo dealer. We've got what you're looking for.
A legend has been created. Not just another battery, but a better battery for the future. Better in reserve power, with up to 2 hours and 25 minutes in reserve. Better in protection, with a warranty that lasts over 6 years into the future. Better in availability, since it's now at over 20,000 Napa outlets. The legend from Napa, a better battery.
Join me for Goal to Go, the post-game show, immediately following today's Bills game.
Pittsburgh extending its lead now over Miami to 34-14 in the fourth quarter, and Houston getting the KO punch put on by the Kansas City Chiefs, who lead the Oilers 27-0. Second down and goal for the Bills. Play fake, open man, touchdown Buffalo. Butch Roll. A little used tight end makes his spike a memorable one. as they play fake to Kennebrew. The whole Bengal defense converged on him, and Roll just slipped off his block and stood free of defenders in the end zone.
They bring in the big boys, Mueller, Kennebrew. They load up into the line of scrimmage, knowing that they're going to run that ball right up over the middle. A nice play fake by Kelly, who hits a wide. That's a tough ball to catch. I mean, that looks easy, but when you're wide open like that, and there's no reason why you shouldn't catch it, somehow things flash in front of you.
Well, like Trumpy used to say, you're afraid you'll go blind while it's on the way.
That's right. It takes forever for this ball to get to you.
Nice play call also by Ted Marchibroda, the man who coached Baltimore to 3 straight AFC Eastern championships in the mid-70s. Now offensive coordinator of the Bills. And 55 seconds left to go. And the Bills look to extend their lead now to 24-7, and they do. So the greatness of the Bengal offense must come to the fore now if they're to get back in this game, and they'll have to do it against the Bills defense and against the elements. They'll be working into this strong win the rest of the way.
I was feeling pretty good when I saw my boy Joe in that new Oldsmobile. I thought Joe'd finally matured some. But that new Cutlass Glade doesn't look like any Oldsmobile that I ever had. It's got something called a high output Part 4 engine. The next thing you know, Joe will be bringing home girls.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile. This is a new generation of Olds.
Now get up to a $1,600 cash bonus on a 1990 Cutlass Calais. See your Olds dealer today.
Come on along and head for the mountains of Bush. Big, head for the mountains. It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Bush. Big, Bush, big.
So much to do and so little time. When it's time to finance or lease your new GM vehicle, let GMAC do it right in the dealership. GMAC. Nobody wants to get you into your new GM car or truck faster, so you'll have time for more important things.
NBC sports coverage of the National Football League is brought to you by the new generation of Oldsmobile. Step into the future now at your Oldsmobile dealer. By the U.S. Army. Learn how to get an edge on life. Be all you can be. And by Budweiser. Beechwood aged for that clean, crisp taste. This Bud's for you.
There's Ted Marchibroda with his back to you. Sigh of relief while we were away. That gamble play call, and it worked to a wide open tight end as the Bills take command 24-7. Got the Jaws music playing. Kickoff returners back for the Bengals are Stanford Jennings and Ira Hillary. This is Hillary from the 11. And he's out to the 25-yard line. Coming up next, join us for one of the premier events of the year in golf. The Skins game. Curtis Strange with $60,000 in winnings yesterday, who will pocket the big money today, join one of the best foursomes ever for the exciting conclusion. The Skins game following football right here on NBC. Those $100,000 putts in that Skins game. That doesn't give you the yips, you're not going to get them. Esiason eludes the rush on the run. He gets a block. What a block by Eddie Brown. But then he's run down by Tim Cofield, a former Kansas City Chief, who is a fierce pass rusher. When he's in there, that's all they're going to do is blitz Esiason. First sack of the day, Ahmad.
Tim Cofield, they told us, they said, if we put him in the game, that's all he's going to do is rush the passer. But watch it. Eddie Brown, number 81 right here, turn around, trying to run the pattern. Can't find any place to go. Now, a nice little one of them no-look blocks.
Put John Hagee into next week, but John's up and all right. Second down and 13 from the 22-yard line. Long ball to a wide-open Tim McGee, who's on the run. Trying to elude the free safety. He cannot, and Kelso gets him at the 28-yard line of Buffalo. So when the Bengals had to get a big one, they do. Now they challenge, but they still have a lot of ground to make up, trailing 24-7.
And the wind not a factor on that play. We thought that it would be to their advantage to throw that long ball going the other direction, but here McGee sneaks past all these defenders, gets right by, and now he's wide open. The ball's thrown perfectly, and Kelso saves the touchdown.
Nobody ran with him. Here is James Brooks, caught by Shane Conlon at the 24-yard line. Number 58 with one of his many stops. Bills well-coordinated linebackers. They're playing without their all-pro backer, Cornelius Bennett, who has a knee strain.
Kirby Jackson, number 47 of the Bills, tried to come up and put the hit on James Brooks that time, but I think he was the hitee. James Brooks just put his head down and ran right over the top of him. Just when you think Brooks is going to fake you out, he puts power on you.
Bengals with maybe the most diverse playbook in the league. They'll have to go to all of it now. There's motion on the right side of the line, and the officials call it. Lado starting at center today for the injured Bruce Kazerski.
Ball start. Number 65 on the offense.
Max Montoya is called for it. Montoya and Walter blocking on the right side. Munoz and Reimers on the left side. Big Max.
At the top of your screen, you'll see the move there by Max Montoya. He just kind of comes off that line of scrimmage.
As you were saying before, Ahmad, the Bills let you know who they think isn't strong in your defensive line because they position Bruce Smith all over.
That's right. Wherever they put him, they're saying, you're the weakest guy. They've got Bruce Smith's lined up outside of Holman.
Siason on second down and 10. Under the gun again, a big hit by Darryl Talley, an incomplete pass. Talley, number 56, makes the hit as he tried to go deep to Esiason to Eddie Brown. He's a tough customer. Darryl Talley from West Virginia. He's been a consistently standout player.
Watch Bruce Smith right there. You see Holman using that old grab the back of your helmet, throw it in the ground technique. But there, Darryl Talley putting the smack on Boomer Esiason. Talley, a person that doesn't get a lot of publicity, but he certainly has the respect of everybody in the National Football League. They know about Darryl Talley.
8:23 to play. Bengals have the ball, third down and 9 at the Bills' 29-yard line. Esiason floats one. Open Eddie Brown was right there to make the catch, but the ball was too high. Nate Odom's 37 was covering. So fourth down comes up, and the Bengals have to go for it with 8:18 to go and a big deficit to make up. They're down 24-7.
A lot of times when you're in a situation where it's fourth down and you got a long ways to go, offense comes down to just executing one play. The people that get nervous are the people that are not involved in the play. For this offense, it's just another play where they need 10 yards.
Fourth down and 10. There comes the blitz. Bengals pick it up. Lofted throw, and it's bobbled and knocked away. Defended against by John Hagee, a second-year DB from the University of Texas. So Sam White sees his Bengal offense sputter again, and the Bills take over the ball.
I mentioned earlier that it's not so much making a sack, it's just putting pressure on the quarterback. Watch Bruce Smith. The right side, I guess we can't see Bruce Smith, but here you'll see him sooner or later. Always putting pressure. Here's a play. Got a chance to make this catch. He's out of bounds. Pretty good defense.
Call him the baby-faced assassin. Big hitter. He missed a whole year with a knee injury. Came back from what was thought to be a career-ending injury. Playing very well again. So is Kelly at quarterback for Buffalo as they'll try to run the clock. Thurman Thomas breaks one. He's across the 40-yard line. All those stutter step moves finally thrown back by 33 Fulcher. So far today, Jim Kelly has passed the ball just 14 times, but he's completed 9 for 110 yards, 3 for touchdowns. He's not been intercepted. Boomer's number is quite different.
11-25, 136 yards, and 1 touchdown.
The 1 interception he has.
Sam White, this was his response to that last play where they were 4th and 10.
This is the second biggest crowd amount ever. You played before some big ones here in the 70s.
Sam White's got a little Bud Grant in him. No response.
They've got to get the ball back to the Bengals, and the Bills are looking to run it and the clock. Game clock down to 7:15 to play. Dan Marino sidelined with bruised ribs at Joe Robbie Stadium. Pittsburgh continues to lead Miami 34-14 in Kansas City, laying waste to Glanville and the Oilers. So the Browns, sitting at home in Cleveland watching, will vault back into first place in the AFC Central with the Bengals coming in next Sunday.
They get a chance. They lose a game and end up in first place, Cleveland.
Bengals will be 6-6 if they don't win this, and their chances are diminishing with every tick of the clock. 6:39 to play, and the Bills are in the lead 24-7. Thomas at 2nd and 8 weaves his way very close to a first down. He'll be just short. Leon White, 51 on the tackle. The AFC Central at the start of the day. The Browns with that tie with the Kansas City Chiefs, a half game won and a half game lost.
Yeah, 6:32.
Still have only 4 losses in the division. Houston will have 5 after today, and the Bengals look like they'll have 6. East, Buffalo heading to a 8-4 mark through 12 games. Miami being blown out at the present time by the Steelers at Miami. We'll go to 7-5. Kennebrew, look at him, a man possessed, fighting and carrying and trucking against his old team, the Bengals. Kennebrew takes it down to the Cincinnati 40. He has a first down.
Buffalo has the ability with these types of running backs to put the game away. Now this is that root hog. Just fire out on somebody and just start pushing somebody. Then all of a sudden you get a guy that weighs 270 pounds coming in on the top of that pile. Now he almost KO'd Lewis Billups.
Averaging 5 a carry is Kennebrew. 12 carries, 60 yards. Thurman Thomas has 100 yards rushing on 26 carries as an injured Bengal is attended to.
Finally, there's a minivan for kids with parents. And let's face it, we all have them. Yeah. The all-new Oldsmobile Silhouette. Talking radical concept here. Your own window seat. Room for lots of things. And neat stuff to keep your parents from bugging you on long trips. Besides, Silhouette makes them look cool. Right.
This is not your father's Oldsmobile.
Ready, dudes?
And they need all the help they can get.
Yeah. This is the new generation of Olds.
Most of my friends don't know what they're going to do after graduation. But I've already locked in guaranteed skill training in the Army. Qualify now and you can reserve even the Army's most sought-after technical training up to 12 months in advance through the Army's delayed entry program. Sure, being a soldier won't be easy, but then nothing worth having ever is.
AFC football doubleheader next Sunday.
Buffalo really controlling the ball amount with that running game.
41 carries, 209 yards. That's where they put you away. You can't get the ball away from them. I don't care how powerful your offense is. It's no good on the sideline.
Cincinnati came in as the #1 rushing team in the NFL. Kenneth Davis, reverse play. And he gains a lot of yards, but there is a marker down at the 33-yard line. Kenneth Davis out of TCU. Came in as a Plan B free agent from Green Bay. He was a very high draft choice of the Packers 5 years ago.
Holding against the Bills. TCU, that's the Horny-Toed Frogs.
That's it. Frogs.
Holding. Number 84 on the offense. Still first down.
Ladies and gentlemen. Holding call, the first thing wrong the Bills offense has done in a long time. Keith McKellar comes off.
The lower right-hand side of your screen, you can see number 84, Keith McKellar, just get his arm wrapped over the top of that defender, and that is a takedown. If you're going to hold, you got to hold up underneath there somewhere.
I think this guy's going to be sensational. He was drafted in the NBA out of McNeese State. Only played a year of college football.
He didn't go to McNeese State.
Handoff goes straight ahead down to the 47-yard line.
I was walking through the locker room before the game.
Jacksonville State.
Yeah, and he told me, he said, you know, one thing you got to do for me, straighten that up. I didn't go to McNeese State. He said the athletes go to Jacksonville State.
Okay. Well, he was drafted by an NBA team. He was a late draft choice and got cut. Only played a year of college. There it is, Jacksonville State. Keith McKellar.
Keith, we have set it straight for the world. You went to Jacksonville State, not McNeese State.
Thurman Thomas, another 100-yard game. Warmly embraced. His running back coach, Nick Nicolau, beaming in the press box over the play and consistency of the Bills' running game today. Kenneth Davis on second down, breaks it. First down and more. On a 2nd and 18 play, he got 17 yards. Finally knocked down by Ricky Dixon, number 29.
Ricky Dixon saved this play from going the distance. Takes off the left side. Now he starts to go full speed. And Ricky Dixon comes over and unloads on him. Kenneth Davis showing he wants a little piece of that running game.
Yeah, it's tough to get playing time here behind Thurman Thomas, but Davis is a big league player. Now they put in the big elephant backfield.
Yeah, the elephant guys.
Mueller and Kinnebrew. Mueller blocks. Kinnebrew just blasting people. The NFL goes to Week 13 next Sunday with a matchup between the arch rivals in the AFC Central, the Bengals and the Browns at Cleveland. Houston goes into Pittsburgh. Miami at Kansas City. Indianapolis against the New England Patriots at Foxborough. Then in a doubleheader game, Denver versus the Raiders at Los Angeles. The Jets play at San Diego. It all begins with Bob Costas, O.J. Simpson, Ralph Wiley, and Bobby Beathard on NFL Live at 12:30 Eastern Time.
Those look like little dolls you could buy for Christmas.
Keep waiting from the move. First down carry, doesn't get much, but the Bills succeed in doing what they want most, to keep that clock ticking down. 2:40 to play. Buffalo 24, Cincinnati 7.
It was a turning point, Don. You said it earlier, and that big roar you heard is because they just flashed up once again that Pittsburgh score. Pittsburgh routing the Dolphins. But Buffalo, they really did have to turn it around now. They couldn't wait another week.
No.
I mean, if they're going to be considered a team to go any further than just making the playoffs, they got to win today.
I think this is the turning point in their season. You can see them back in the AFC Championship game. Whether they can win at Denver is very much debatable. Denver came in and beat them soundly here, but that's a long way off. But the Bills are going to be a playoff team. I don't think they're going to let down again. They talked about not letting it happen again. They were very self-critical after the loss at New England when they blew it in the fourth quarter. They've answered the call today. They have really played maybe their best game of this season.
AT&T, the right choice. In 1987, Jerry Rice caught a record 22 touchdown passes and scored 23 TDs. But who holds the record for most touchdowns in one season? Chuck Foreman of the Vikings? John Riggins of the Redskins? Or Earl Campbell of the Oilers? Which would you choose?
Did you know if you're an MCI, Execunet, or a Sprint Dial 1 customer and your business spends over $50 a month, you could be in the wrong plan. You can save money with the new AT&T Pro Watts. It works off your regular business lines, and all you have to do is sign up once. And you automatically get bigger and bigger discounts on bills from $50 to $5,000 a month. The more you spend, the bigger your discount, automatically. Call us. We'll even waive the sign-up fee. New AT&T Pro Watts, another AT&T advantage.
In 1983, John Riggins scored 24 touchdowns, all by rushing to set the NFL record. If you said Riggins, you made the right choice.
At Rich Stadium, actual attendance, 80,000.
2 minutes to play. Second biggest crowd in the history of the stadium. And it's now time for the Most Valuable Player Award, sponsored by Budweiser. Today's MVP is Bruce Smith of the Buffalo Bills. Budweiser will make a contribution to the United Way on behalf of all the MVPs selected in today's games. It was a tough call. Jim Kelly was outstanding, so was Thurman Thomas, so was Larry Kinnebrew. But the Bills' defense took on one of the best offenses in pro football and held them to 7 points, and Bruce Smith influenced virtually every play today. 3 tackles, a very insignificant statistic because he was a force on almost just about every down.
They wanted to run right at him, and they tried to run right at him, and he responded with an all-world type of a day. He stuffed the run, he hurried the pass. Constant pressure from this man.
And he was the target of the Bengal offense. They were going to run it right at him. They ran it successfully at Buffalo twice last year, dominating the Bills. And they ran it at Smith. They didn't today. Handoff. Ronnie Harmon, who's been in the end zone once, stays in bounds, is thrown down at the 32-yard line. That'll bring up 4th down as the Bills go back and huddle at their leisure, the clock running with 1:45 to play. Buffalo, with the win today, goes to 8-4 and will have a 1-game lead in the AFC East over the Miami Dolphins. This telecast is presented by authority of the National Football League and is intended for the private use of our audience. Any rebroadcast or other use of this telecast without the express written consent of the Buffalo Bills and the National Football League is prohibited. This game is the property of the National Football League, of the Buffalo Bills and the Cincinnati Bengals. All rights are reserved. Over the middle, Kenneth Davis on the run, weaving his way down inside the 20-yard line. And there might have been a lost ball at the end. The Bengals will have it. It was a 4th down play if he didn't get to the first. He did get enough for the first down, but if he lost the ball in the fumble, apparently that's what happened. Mike Hammerstein fell on the ball. New QB coming in, a rookie, Eric Wilhelm, is going to come out.
It's one of the few things that the Bills have done wrong on the day. Kenneth Davis, a nice move right there, trying to get some extra yardage. The ball just pops out. Mike Hammerstein is down on it.
The executive producer of NBC Sports is Terry O'Neill. The producer of today's game, Terry Ewert. The director, Ted Nathanson. Our thanks to spotters Pete Fearley and Michael Gluck, and the statisticians Kerry Holler and Larry Pollock. With 58 ticks to go, Wilhelm, as the Bengals have conceded the game, go to the run. Not much they can do now. You can see that wind. Somebody's hat's blowing off every play, and it takes off. Referee Red Cashin's cap is out of the end zone. Flew 40 yards away. Red's going to go without it. He's a gamer.
That's right. Red, one of the fine officials in the National Football League.
Play will continue now without that cap. 21 seconds left to go. Back to the run. Bengals break it. Greg Taylor, a rookie running back from West Virginia, takes it in what is probably the final play of the game. So the Bills, on a day when critics' fingers were pointed at them, can you rise up? After some off performances, answer the call. Their most impressive win of this season, beating the Bengals 24-7. MVP Bruce Smith, congratulated by the Bengals. We'll be back to Rich Stadium in a moment.
I tell my dad I'm buying a new car, and he'd say, "Fluffer and Fluckertash, get a sensible car. Get a comfortable car. Doc, get a gorgeous car. Get a reasonably priced car." So I did! A Cutlass Sierra. Great when you buy it, drive it, trade it. What more can a family want?
That's all, folks.
Now get up to a $1,600 cash bonus on a 1990 Cutlass Sierra. See your Olds dealer today.
Presenting a turning point in the history of screwdriving. The Black & Decker cordless screwdriver. A screwdriver so powerful it can drive 100 screws on a single charge. Any less, and it wouldn't be the Black & Decker cordless screwdriver.
Introducing the cure for a long, cold winter at home. A long white beach in the Caribbean. Let American Airlines take you where?
There's something special in the air.
This is Don Criqui with Ahmad Rashad back at Rich Stadium, where 80,000 have just watched the Bills beat the Cincinnati Bengals 24-7. And ex-Bengal Larry Kinnebrew having a big day, particularly good with the Buffalo defenders. As the Bills go to 8-4 on the season, Miami about to go to 7-5 as they are losing badly 34-14 to Pittsburgh in the fourth quarter. Cleveland, on a day off for the Browns, vaults back into first place in the AFC Central. Houston is being cremated at Kansas City. That one's gotten awful. It's 34-0. And the Bengals in deep trouble at 6-6. We'll be coming back to Buffalo in a moment, where the Bills are a 24-7 winner.
Announcing a new generation of owner satisfaction. We're so sure you'll love your new Oldsmobile. We'll let you return it within 30 days or 1,500 miles if you don't. Who else does that? Unlike some warranties, Oldsmobiles covers just one part. This is the part. Oldsmobile now offers roadside assistance around the clock, even in places where there aren't any clocks. The Oldsmobile Edge, there's nothing else like it.
Life's full of simple pleasures, like the comfort of Levi's jeans. Or had you forgotten?
Buffalo takes a one-game lead in the AFC East with its victory over the Bengals today, and the Cincinnati Bengals in very serious playoff trouble at the moment after losing for the 6th time in 12 games. Coming up next, the Skins games, one of the great foursomes in golf competing for the big money. It's next on NBC Sports. Today it was the Buffalo Bills 24, the Cincinnati Bengals 7. Now for Ahmad Rashad, this is Don Criqui. Glad you could be with us in Buffalo.
While the criminals walk, meet a family sentenced to their own private prison. The Federal Witness Protection Program. Yesterday, today, and tomorrow returns.
Hey, Bob. Nice apron. How you been?
Not bad, not bad. Say, how do you like your steak?
Medium, Bob, medium.
Whoops. Marv, glad you can make it. Say, how do you like your steak?
Well done, Bob. Burn it.
Coming right up.
Bob, make mine rare.
You got it. Oops.
It's the 9X Yellow Pages sweepstakes. We'll be calling thousands of people to play. So be prepared. The grand prize is $25,000.
Thanksgiving is a time to give thanks for friends, corn, a good football season, and great Toyota contests. You can win a Toyota truck. Go to your Toyota dealer, predict who's going to win Sunday's game, and you can win tickets to a Bills game. Or better yet, a new Toyota truck.
Now through Tuesday, buy a new Toyota truck and get a truckload of groceries from Tops Friendly Markets. Only at Culligan, Gambino, Halls, Maroney, and Northtown Toyota.
Just goes to show you, Toyota trucks are outstanding in their field.
The big story.
Andy, could be some future stars right here.
For anyone, that's my boy. The difference is the time and care we take. Those really matter as we share the news we gather.
Now let's meet the captain of the winning team. Hey, sir, that was a great
We know what matters.
Donate a new toy and make our Christmas wish come true for kids' sake.
Goal to Go postgame is brought to you in part by WBEN Radio 930, Western New York's radio sports leader, by the White Directory Talking Phone Book, and by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Now, live from Ridge Stadium at Channel 2 Sports, Goal to Go, a Buffalo Bills post-game show.
But they haven't beat us in like 20 years, so I feel like we'll handle them.
20 years?
Something like that.
Now Kelly sets up in the shotgun, 3rd down and 8 for Buffalo. Throwing into the wind. He gets time. He makes the connection to Ronnie Harmon, who's on the run. Inside the 10, he's going in. Harmon with a touchdown for the Bills. So the Bills, on a day when critics' fingers were pointed at them, can you rise up? After some off performances, answer the call. Their most impressive win of this season, beating the Bengals 24-7.
And that's the story this afternoon from Rich Stadium. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Wes Goforth. Welcome to our Goal to Go post-game show. Lewis Billups was beaten on that touchdown by Ronnie Harmon, and the Buffalo Bills all over the Bengals this afternoon. Ed Kilgore standing by live out in the Bills locker room right now as we join him live. Ed?
That's right, Wes. As a matter of fact, Lewis Billups was also beaten on an earlier touchdown by Andre Reed. So I would imagine if he could say, you know, I'd like to take those words back, he would do it now, but it's a little bit too late. Incidentally, we do know that the Bills happened to view that film of Mr. Billups' comments about the Bills not having beaten the Bengals in some 20 years or whatever it was. Obviously, that is a little bit of an exaggeration, but the fact is the Bills hadn't beaten the Bengals in a long time. That's true, but they had played those games in Cincinnati, in the jungle. Well, the Bills have a lot of animals in the fans here, too. They had over 80,000 of them this afternoon, and that certainly didn't hurt the Bills in a very dominant 24-7 win. And Mike DeGeorge, this was one of those games that the Bills did it, I suppose you could say, the old-fashioned way, but they pounded it out. The running game worked, the passing game worked when it had to, and they also got a few breaks, but you have to get everything working for you.
You know, from a defensive standpoint, it wasn't the old traditional way. They did not stop the run, but they did stop the pass. The Bengal receivers, McGee and Brown, were pretty much non-factors in this game. Boomer's really only receiving threat were their tight ends. Once you take the Bengal receivers out of the game, you've done quite a job.
A couple of key factors in this game, of course, at the end of the half, it looked like the Bengals had a field goal on the board. The Bills protested their case. You never see this happen, but in this case it did happen. The officials reversed themselves after a little huddle along the sideline, so somebody had to go in the dressing room and say to Sam Weiss, say, Sam, excuse me, we have to tell you right here, you thought the score was 10-3. It's actually 10-0. I'm sure that didn't sit very well with Mr. Weiss. And then, of course, in the third quarter, the Bills were into the wind, and they were able to pounce on the turnover, and they turned that into 7 points on the 42-yarder to Harmon.
Well, that play just before half, Weiss really may have screwed up. He took a couple of timeouts with him to the locker room, and that really hurt on that final play. They would have still had time on the clock, even though the penalty would have incurred.
Well, that's right. You know, you call a timeout with, say, 8 seconds to go. If there's an offensive penalty on the last play of a half or a game, that's it. You don't get another shot at it. So the Bengals cut it a little bit too closely there, and it burned them in the end. A very impressive win for the Bills. Right now, let's go back to the studio with Wes Goforth.
Thanks, Ed. 24-7, the final again this afternoon, and the Bills will go a game up in the AFC East over the Miami Dolphins, it looks like today, as Miami is losing to Pittsburgh now in the fourth quarter. Let's go down to Joe Robbie Stadium in Miami, where the weather was a bit of a factor this afternoon. Pouring rain, as you see Gary Anderson, the Steeler kicker, on the sideline. Now leading 7-0 in the first quarter, Dan Marino hit Mark Clayton for 66 yards. This put the Dolphins up 14-0 in the first quarter. But Pittsburgh has come back with the next 34 points in this ball game. A 1-yard touchdown run here by Merrill Hodge through the rain and the mud that capped a long scoring drive as the Dolphins began to fall apart. Sammy Smith loses the handle on the ball. Carnell Lake recovers, and watch this play. A lateral to Dwayne Woodruff. Woodruff is off for the score. He stays in bounds and makes it 14-14. Pittsburgh added a field goal and led 17-14 at halftime. And again, at last report, late in the ball game, has come back from a 14-0 deficit to take a 34-14 lead over the Miami Dolphins. And if that goes on as a Pittsburgh win, the Bills again would take a 1-game lead over Miami. Indianapolis and San Diego tied at 3-3 in the fourth quarter as the Colts went into the day 5-6. New England plays the Raiders this afternoon. The Raiders must win to stay in playoff contention. And the Jets over Atlanta 24-27 now to 27-7 Jets in the fourth quarter. Now for the Bengals, this Bills win this afternoon really put a crimp in their style. They went in 6-5 and hoping to make up some ground on Cleveland, which had lost on Thanksgiving Day. But the big game they were watching was Houston and Kansas City as the Oilers went into the day actually leading the AFC Central by a 7-4 record, and they played the Kansas City Chiefs. Derek Thomas out of bounds gets a little shoving match with Warren Moon. It winds up with a face mask call on Moon. Jerry Glanville gets a flag for unsportsmanlike conduct. James Saxon takes it on in for the Chiefs as they built a halftime lead of 20-0. And the last report, we're pounding Houston 34-0. And this has all kinds of playoff implications. Cleveland will take the lead in the AFC Central at 7-4-1. Houston will fall to 7-5. Pittsburgh and Cincinnati at 6-6 right now. Bills coach Marv Levy conducting his post-game press conference in the Bills locker room, and we join him live.
Played their hearts out and deserved to win today.
Coach, tell us about Thurman Thomas's performance.
About whom?
Thurman Thomas.
Well, I just put on the record I think that I've been putting on every week to do it. As always, he came with some. One of the biggest plays in the game, I'm sure it's lost in the in all of the other things that happened. In our touchdown in the second quarter put us up 10-0. We had a second and long situation where Thurman ran the ball and we picked up first down, and had about 5 or 6, maybe more than that, plays before we scored. I felt that was a very, very big play in the game. But he catches the ball well, and he ran magnificently, and there were two very obvious great running backs in the field, because James Brooks sure is one too.
Can you talk about that end in the first half, that field goal, and it wasn't a field goal?
Well, it was the rule is that if the offensive team is guilty on a penalty on the last play of either half, they don't get another shot at it, and they had a penalty.
But the penalty was first called against the Bills.
I beg your pardon? Well, yeah, well, that was reversed to me. One official saw a Bills player move, so he threw the flag against the Bills, but the other one said he moved on the movement of the right guard and the field goal team. So that's what made him move. And if that's the thing that precipitates the move, that's the team that's penalized.
Have you ever been involved in a play like that before?
I've been involved in a play where there's been a penalty on the last play of a half or the last play of a game, and nothing goes over. And there have been other games where field goals are kicked on the last play of a game or of a half, and they're not allowed. Whether I've specifically been in it or not, I don't know. I've been coaching too many years, remember. But I've seen it before.
Cincinnati's a big strike, long ball type of team. It seems like they got the intermediate stuff, and they took the long game to Eddie Brown the bombs away from them today.
Our defense, as well as our offense, I don't want to start singling out one unit over another, but they did a great job. And our pass coverage overall, except for the one, and I really haven't, because they were caught in the moment, checked with our defensive coaches what happened on the one where McGee was left uncovered. I think it was McGee, was it not? 85? Was left uncovered. But overall, our coverage was great. We had great pressure. Bruce Smith had a great game, among many others. I hate to sort of start singling it out. They certainly awarded him one of the game balls because he got good pressure on Boomer, and I think in large measure, and this is difficult to do, some of it came because we were getting good coverage. Usually you get good coverage, and we did get a lot of it because you're getting good pressure.
Your opening statement, you said the team was really keyed up. It's like they had the will today that there was no way they were going to lose the game.
Well, there are a lot of ways you could lose it, even if you have that will. It isn't just will that wins it. It's playing, but nevertheless, their focus on the game was tremendous. It really was. It really was, Jerry. And it's always easy to say we had the will to win after you win. There have been games we've lost where we've had the will to win, too. Now you got to go out and play. Playing hard is great. Playing well is important also.
When you played Cincinnati last year in the AFC Championship, those were not able to run the ball effectively at all. Today they were. Can you talk about that?
Well, every game is a different one, and I think probably we were a pretty fair running team last year. We were 7th in the league overall running, but I think we're a better running team than we are now. Last year we opened the game, too, throwing the ball against Cincinnati and got ourselves in enough of a hole where we had to keep throwing the ball. We're usually pretty resolute about making the run go, and we love to make an opponent abandon the run. Not that they did. I think their play selection was good. But yes, we did run better today. And there have been days you do and days you don't.
Bills head coach Marv Levy with praise for his team, which moves back into first place in the AFC East, 24-7 winners over the Cincinnati Bengals this afternoon. We're going to break, give you some scores elsewhere around the NFL this afternoon, and then be right back live at the stadium.
Bills make me wanna shout. Kick your heels up and shout. Throw your hands up and shout. Throw your head back and shout. Come on now, the Bills are making it happen now. Stand up now, come on and shout. Yeah, 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 yeah.
This season, do your window shopping with the Christmas Gifts catalog from True Value Hardware Stores. In it, you'll find the Master Mechanic 3/8-inch cordless drill and screwdriver, gift priced at just $19.99. And the Skill cordless power wrench with 3/8-inch drive and high torque operation for only $39.99. Or give the rugged Master Mechanic plastic toolbox. It's just $10.99 at participating True Value Hardware stores and home centers.
WBEN puts more into your radio. Good morning from Bill Lacey. It's 20 minutes after...
Sabres on the power play has tied it up 1-1.
Bring a chance of showers. For weather facts, this is Chief Meteorologist Carl.
Deep to center field. Going back. He's got it.
From City Hall, Brian Meyer, WBEN Radio News.
The Bills come to the line, and they are going for it.
Kensington. This is Dave May for the WBEN Traffic Copter.
WBEN Radio 930. We cover it all.
Have you got one easy-to-use alphabetical listing of all the homes and businesses in Buffalo and all its suburbs?
With the zip codes right alongside?
Not in here.
Do you have that new, easier-to-read page format?
Not in here.
Talking yellow page ads?
Nope, not in here.
When your fingers do the walking, use the one that does the talking phone book.
These people like you and me.
Did you happen to win a contest where you didn't wear any clothes?
You jump out of planes nude. Are going to match wits with your favorite stars.
Men and women have to do it together?
On Third Degree.
Weeknights at 7:30 on Channel 2.
Xerox presents the Great American Torture Test. We challenge the bone-numbing cold of northern Alaska and passed with flying colors. Xerox. Because extreme conditions demand extreme protection.
Welcome back after a Bills 24-7 win over the Cincinnati Bengals. And for you callers who want to see some golf, we will join the Skins game live from California immediately following our post-game show today. Interchangeable parts for the Bills defense. Scott Radisek played inside linebacker in Shane Conlon's absence. Now goes outside today, and he's standing by live with Ed Kilgore now. Ed?
That's right, Wes. If there was any pressure on somebody, maybe more than the rest of the people, it was number 97, Scott Radisek, because Cornelius Bennett, I mean, The guy that's a little bit tough to fill in for, Scott, but I know they gave you the game ball today, and it looked like you were all over the field. Had a good afternoon.
Yeah, it went very well. I was very thankful for the way I played, and but the defense did a great job. You know, we rushed Darryl more than normal, you know, because he's a better pass rusher than I am. But the couple of times I was caught on, I was able to get a little bit of pressure, you know, when they put it back on me. But, you know, our line kept pressure on them. They tried to screw us up with some bootlegs and counter passes, and our secondary was running with receivers. So, you know, and all the games we've won this year, we've won as a team, and we did it again today.
Psychologically, what was this like? I know you guys, you heard a lot about what the Bengals said. You heard Lou Billups say, hey, they haven't beaten us in 20-some years. I mean, not that you needed any more firing up, but I'm sure that had to be in the back of your mind.
It does. It's like throwing coals on the fire, you know, because we were upset with the way we played against them last year. And, you know, you're looking for that rematch, and everybody was. And it's one of those games that you kind of have to put out of your mind until you get to play it. And then when teams kind of act like, yeah, we'll just walk into Buffalo and beat them, you know, it got guys upset. And I think that this was one game that there was no doubt that people would be ready to play.
But that's for sure, and it turned out to be pretty productive because Miami is getting clobbered by the Pittsburgh Steelers at home, so it's like, I think, 34-14, so it looks like you're going to be all alone atop the AFC East again and going on the road now, Scott.
That's right. And one thing that we talked about, we got together as a team after the game was, you know, understand how everybody practiced and prepared for this game, and let's do it when we go on the road because that's when it counts.
Okay, Scott, great job this afternoon. Congratulations. Scott Radisek did a tremendous job filling in for Cornelius Bennett, who went down to Alabama to have another opinion on his injured knee, so we don't really know the status of him at this point, Wes, but he was unable to play this afternoon. Hopefully he'll be ready for Seattle, but if not, we're sure Scott will do a fine job in his stead. Back to you, Wes.
Thanks, Ed. The Bills defense with that pass rush today held Boomer Esiason to 11 of 26 passing attempts completed and 136 yards through the air. Now, the Bills next Monday night will go to Seattle and play the Seahawks, who play at Denver later this afternoon. Buffalo on the road, trying to rebound from a couple of road woes earlier in the season, of course. Miami plays at Kansas City, Indianapolis at New England, the New York Jets at San Diego. That is the AFC East fair next week. Right now, Ed standing by with Bills nose tackle Fred Smerlas. Ed?
Thanks, Wes. I'm with a guy that obviously is all washed up. No, far from it.
Well, last week we were washed up.
Well, last week you were all finishing through, but what a difference a week can make. Now all of a sudden Miami's losing. You're going to be all alone in first place again.
Yep, you know, we got to win the rest, three out of four, and we're in. So, like I said last week, everyone's saying, what's wrong with the team, this and that, this and that. 6 turnovers last week, and, you know, 1 led to a touchdown, a field goal. So it takes today. We got the turnovers. I think we turned it over once or twice.
A couple times, one didn't mean
really
much
didn't
late
make
in
the
the
difference
game,
in the end. So it's a big difference. If we concentrate and keep it, hold the ball and get the ball out when we have to, you know, the team, it's tough. And see, it just so happens it happened when we were at home. You know, last week everyone says, geez, it's on the road, and you know the guys play well, but we didn't hold on to the ball, and we didn't do the little things that could have put us over the edge. So if we just keep the momentum going, hold on to the ball, pull the ball out, we're gonna be all right.
This was one of those games that a very emotional game, obviously, because ever since last year's AFC Championship game, a lot had been said and made about the Bengals stopping you from the Super Bowl, and then Lewis Billups making these comments about 20 years. I don't know what Lewis is saying now.
I think they're going to arrest him for attempted mustache. You see that thing? About 4 hairs in it.
No.
But he... Yeah, 20 years. I mean, he wasn't even born back then, I don't think so. You know, this breaks the 20-year losing streak, according to Mr. Phillips. I seen him try and tackle Brew. I think he's now he's playing in the 60s. He got rocked with that. So, little things like that do irritate. I mean, you don't come out and after a team, we lost a couple of tough ones out there. You don't come out and start saying those things, especially when you get a lot of character. We have a lot of character in this team, and, you know, I wouldn't want to get the Brew mad come run at me like that.
He is a load. Okay, Fred, we'll let you get back and take the shower. Thanks for stopping by. Okay, Fred Smerlas did a super job in the middle of that Bills defense this afternoon as they almost shut out the Bengals. West, not quite, but close. Back to you.
Thanks. 24-7, the final. Just for the record, in the last 6 years under Sam Weish, the Bengals were 4-0 against the Bills. They had won before 20 years ago, and this afternoon now go to 6-11 career against the Cincinnati Bengals, but today was the equalizer for last year. We're going to break and be right back with more live from the stadium in just a minute.
Down at the 16.
Yeah! Buffalo's happening now. We're on the moon now. The Bills are happening now. They're making it happen now. We've got the spirit, a lot of spirit, yeah. We've got the spirit. Just watch it happen now. Hey, hey.
Ford, Nissan, Volkswagen. We have a lock on performance.
The spirit of Christmas past came alive with a flicker, and we welcome the holidays with shimmering light. Well, now True Value hardware stores capture the motion of miniature lights with marquee sets from Noma. Your choice, just $14.99. And this Noma timer, only $16.99, turns them on automatically at dusk. So when you're away or tucked warm inside, you can enjoy bright traditions from your Christmas lighting source. True Value hardware stores and home centers.
Don, could you please hand me... Don, what are you doing?
I'm working on my Christmas wish list.
Anybody I know on there?
No, this is for the Channel 2 Christmas Wish Toy Drive to help our needy children. You see, Tommy wants a new battleship.
How can we
Sally,
get
a new
that
doll.
many toys?
Surprise! We heard you needed toys for the Christmas Wish Toy Drive, so here we are.
Join our Channel 2 family and make it a brighter Christmas.
Bring a new unwrapped toy to one of our sponsor locations.
And make our Christmas wish come true.
For kids' sake.
The big story.
Never anyone. Solidarity brought so many changes to your home life.
Is the time and care we take. You're the one.
Well, what is it that you wish now for your son's future?
As we share the news we gather.
Hope he has the freedom to live his dreams.
We know what matters.
Welcome back to Goal to Go. 24-7, Buffalo over Cincinnati is the final Rich Stadium this afternoon. Other scores around the AFC East, the one that puts the Bills a game up on Miami. Now Pittsburgh, this is a final, has beaten Miami 34-14 after falling behind 14-0, and a late score trickling in from the West, the 4 o'clock start at Indianapolis, where San Diego has taken a 10-6 lead over the Indianapolis Colts. Bills quarterback Jim Kelly conducting his live press conference in the Bills locker room now.
Like we did today, not too many teams can stop us. We got to learn how to play away like we play at home. Like Coach Levy said and I've said and everybody has stated, you have to win on the road, and the Buffalo Bills got to start learning how to win on the road.
Basically what you're saying is you can only beat yourself?
Exactly right. We had some turnovers. I don't know if it's beating ourselves. We just got to get the momentum on our side and get excited. When we play with a little enthusiasm, I think we fly around, our defense gets the offense pumped up. They get us going. We have to have more enthusiasm in our game when we play on the road. It's like we do at home. We don't have the fans to, push us to get us excited. We have to get excited ourselves.
So what, the next week, there's 3 road games left, 2 against bad teams.
We just have to play like we did today. The only person can stop us now is ourselves. That's the way I look at it.
Jim, I know that Lewis Billups made some comments about the Bills not beating the Bengals in 20 years. I know that's something that the team viewed, I think, last night. How did that play into the equation, and that emotionally charge the guys anymore?
I think anytime anybody mentions something about the team they're facing and give them any kind of advantage, it's going to pump us up. It definitely pumped us up. Coach Levy has watched a little film last night, and he got us excited after he turned it off. I don't think there was too many words said. Everybody knew exactly what they had to do coming out, and we did it.
What about fan noise? You think that helped?
That definitely helps. Keeps them off balance. Can't audible as much on the line of scrimmage because it takes a little bit more time, and it definitely helps. As far as an offense is going, it makes it difficult.
Jim, last year the team ran very unsuccessfully against Cincinnati. Today was very much more successful. What do you think?
There's one thing that did that offensive line. They came ready to play football today, and they've been saying it all week, and they worked very hard. So there's nobody going to stop them today, and they proved it.
Jim, can you talk about the touchdown pass to Reed? I know you didn't have much room there to get it over. Fulcher was coming over just about that time. You got.
Hear him. Jim Kelly was 10 for 15 today with 123 yards. 10 for 15, 123 yards, and 3 touchdowns on the day. We're going to break and be right back with more Goal to Go Live.
At Lockport Savings Bank, the atmosphere is overwhelmingly friendly. The people are always professional and courteous.
I think they're great. Lockport Savings has convenient locations, and the people have a great attitude. I like it a lot. Keep up the good work.
Lockport Savings Bank makes the person-to-person commitment to you.
There are a lot of luxury cars available. Only one is the most trouble-free American luxury car. Last year, J.D. Power and Associates ranked Buick's newly designed Riviera the most trouble-free American luxury car. Buick Skylark is a quality-built Buick that most of you can afford. Skylark, beautiful Buick driving, priced sensibly. Buy Skylark at your Western New York Buick dealer. Get giant cashbacks now.
The Cystic Fibrosis Foundation proudly presents the Guys and Dolls Auction Gala to be held Sunday, November 19th at the Ramada Renaissance.
30 single men and women have designed interesting day packages to be auctioned off on this evening.
All proceeds will benefit the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation's attempt to end the #1 genetic killer of children and young adults. Please help us make cystic fibrosis history.
Tickets can be obtained through all Ticketron locations or by calling the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation at 854-2011.
The big story. Not there for anyone.
That's thanks to Lake Erie. But outside, we'll use our weather check to measure everything we talked about. Hey, Vince, come on, buddy, up here.
Really matter.
Anything up there?
As we share the news we gather.
I'd like to be meteorologist. Well, maybe we got you started today.
We know what matters.
Welcome back. Ed Kilgore now standing by live with Mark Kelso in the Bills locker room. Ed?
That's right, and Wes, the entire defensive team today did a very tremendous job against a potent Cincinnati Bengals offense. And free safety Mark Kelso with me right now. And Mark, this was one of those games where it seemed like that emotion was back. If there had been any lacking, you had a lot of pressure on you all week. Everybody was saying, and not just locally, but a lot of people nationally were saying, what's wrong with the Bills? Are they folding or whatever? That puts a lot of pressure on you guys, because I know you can't totally shut all that out, can you?
Well, no, you can't totally shut it out, but you got to remember that, and Marv talks about it all the time, you're never as good as they say you are and never as bad as they say you are, because you lose a game, and as soon as we lost last week, we had an 11-point lead with, I don't know, 7 or 8 minutes left, and then they go, oh, that same thing happened in Atlanta, and it's not, that's not exactly what happened. I mean, it is a total team effort, it really is, and today, you know, we showed that. We came in, you know, they scored. I don't know what the score was when they scored 17-7, but, you know, they got a little bit of momentum, and then the defense came in and we stopped them, and we took the momentum away, and then the offense didn't go in and turn the ball over or go in and stall. They went in and drove the ball right down the field and got another touchdown. So, you know, it just clicked, and it is, you know, you can see today how much of a team effort it is. Even if the defense is playing well, the offense is playing great, you need to have every segment clicking to have a good performance.
I was going to say, it seems like the defense has probably taken most of the heat here for what's happened on the road, and yet when you really examine it, and I'm not trying to point a finger at the offense, but the point here being that it is a team game. Now, you had, I think, 6 turnovers at New England, and you had a lot of turnovers at Indianapolis, maybe 7 there. So I guess what I'm saying is I agree with you. I think it is a team thing.
Yeah, most definitely. It's not. It is a team thing, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, you know, if one segment plays very poorly, then you're not going to have a good day. But in order to play well, you need every segment playing well, and you can't have a defense go out there, like I said, and you know, unless you shut somebody out, and the offense go in and turn the ball over a lot. You know, you can't have a defense playing that kind of football and the offense turn it over, or vice versa. You can't have the offense going up and down the field and have the defense not stopping them. So it is a total team thing, and you know, and I think the big field goal that Scott Norwood made, you know, went into the wind about 25-yarder, which he kicked the thing, and it was a great kick, but it got up there and never made it to the screen. It just started coming back. I thought, geez, the thing's going to blow back over the upright. But even that, you know, even that gives you some momentum. And then the play at the end of the half when they didn't get 3 points, you know, going in, getting points at the end of a half is a big momentum booster for the offense, and you know, they took those points away because they were illegally in motion, and that really helps too. But like I said, it was a total team effort, and you got to play good defense, you got to play good offense.
Super. Mark, nice job this afternoon. Good luck at Seattle. Thanks. All right, as the Bills West once again hit the road next week and travel up to Seattle on a Monday night effort against Chuck Knox's struggling Seahawks. Wes?
Exactly, Ed. Do it on the road, I guess, is the name of the game right now. Bills at 8-4. Are a game up on the rest of the AFC East pack this afternoon. Let's run down the NFL scores up to the minute as we have them right now. Miami was beaten by Pittsburgh at Miami today, 34-14, the final after the Dolphins led at 14-0 at one point. Correction of an earlier score, we gave you Indianapolis leads San Diego 10-6. That is a first half score from the Hoosier Dome, 10-6, Colts over the San Diego Chargers. New England and the Raiders just getting underway out west in a game with playoff implications for the Raiders, as slim though they are for L.A. right now. Elsewhere, around the leagues, the Jets and Atlanta. This is a final, I assume, 27-7, 27-7 the Jets over Atlanta this afternoon. That is a final. And Kansas City over Houston, 34-0. That, too, a final from Kansas City. The Dolphins play the first of 2 games against Kansas City remaining on the schedule next week. Elsewhere, Green Bay has come back to beat Minnesota 20-19 and for now take the lead in the NFC Central. Don Mikowski and company, 2019 winners over Minnesota this afternoon. Also, Denver leading Seattle 7-0. Denver will be in the driver's seat to clinch the AFC West if they beat the Seahawks, who would fall to 4-8 should they lose that game at Denver this afternoon. Also, Phoenix and Tampa Bay just kicking off out west in Hank Kuhlman's first game as Phoenix Cardinals head coach. Chicago has to win to stay in a tie with Green Bay atop the NFC Central and is scoreless against Washington right now at RFK Stadium in the first quarter. The Rams in New Orleans, an 8 o'clock start tonight, and tomorrow night the New York Giants and San Francisco 49ers at Candlestick Park. The Buffalo Bills over the Cincinnati Bengals this afternoon, 24-7, and the regular series breakdown of Buffalo and Seattle, the matchup for next week. The Bills are 1-2 lifetime, as you see, against the Seahawks, the only team which has never played at Rich Stadium, incidentally. Seattle won the first one 12 years ago, and won at Seattle in 1984. The Bills won last year, as you recall, at Seattle 13-3, and to go into Seattle with a real need to win on the road and play with that enthusiasm, as Jim Kelly said a moment ago, on the road that they've had at home most of the season. Ed Kilgore, Mike DeGeorge standing by live right now. And guys, that is really the name of the game right now for this football team as they try to get momentum going to the playoffs. They got to play this way on the road.
Well, that's right, Wes, because as of now, 3 of the final 4 games are on the road, only the New Orleans Saints, and that certainly is no gimme, no chip shot against the Saints because they're a very improved team. They've been coming on lately, so that's the only home game, and the Bills have a tough slate here because they have to play at Seattle, of course, at San Francisco, and then they wind it up against the Jets, but in a final game of the year, that also, and the Bills have found that no place on the road is a gimme, but a little bit of perspective, the Bills have certainly answered a lot of questions here this afternoon. The Cincinnati Bengals appeared to have their act together, but the Bills really crushed them 24-7, was pretty much indicative of the game. The Bengals, not the same team they were a year ago when they reached the Super Bowl, but certainly an effective club. And the Bills answered any questions about whether or not they are a question mark to make the playoffs. I think right now you'll see a little bit different effort in Seattle next week. I'd be very surprised if Monday night if they didn't come out and handle Chuck Knox's Seahawks, who, as you know, are having a lot of problems of their own. But the Bills, very impressive here this afternoon. Played the D, didn't have Cornelius. Radisic did a great job, and we'll wait to find out what the story is with Mr. Bennett, of course, during the week. But the Bills on their way to Seattle next Monday night in first place in the AFC East. Wes?
Good, Ed. Thank you. 24-7, the final. Buffalo over Cincinnati this afternoon. Join us for more at 6 o'clock tonight on Channel 2 News and at 11 Sports Extra at 11:30. Wes Goforth, thanks for joining us. The Skins game golf next, live from California. Bye-bye, everybody.
decade of the 90s will bring many new automotive designs inspired merely by how they